Good morning, everybody. Just a quick message to let you know that we'll be starting in about 5 or 10 minutes. We're just waiting for someone to arrive. 5 minutes? They can't hear me? Too short. Morning. I don't know if you heard me before, but we're going to get started in about 5 minutes. So if you could take your seats, that would be great. Well, I better not.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The COAR-SPARC Conference 2015 is now starting. My name is Lígia Ribeiro. I am a researcher at the Engineering Faculty of the University of Porto. And on behalf of the organization of this conference, it is my privilege to welcome you today to these premises of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences Abel Salazar and the Faculty of Pharmacy of the University of Porto. Thank you very much for coming. This joint event, co-organized by COAR and SPARC, with the collaboration of the University of Minho and the University of Porto, is the first one using this format. And I have now the pleasure to introduce you to the distinguished guests of this welcome session. The Vice Rector of the University of Porto, Professor José Martins Ferreira. The Vice Rector of the University of Minho, Professor Rui Vieira de Castro. The Dean of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences Abel Salazar, Professor António Sousa Pereira. The Executive Director of COAR, Kathleen Shearer, and the Executive Director of SPARC, Heather Joseph. Thank you for being with us. And now I give the floor to Professor Martins Ferreira, Vice Rector of the University of Porto.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to address you a few words concerning the opening of this event. I am well aware of the importance of the area where you are working, and I've had the opportunity to read the description of the conference. The lemma that you have chosen of connecting research results, bridging communities, and opening scholarships is particularly important. We live in a time where research is only part of the equation, and having the proper means of disseminating the research results, particularly for universities where research is at the core role of their mission, is increasingly important. So I hope that you will find this event a fruitful meeting, that you will enjoy the sessions that you will attend, and last but not least, I obviously hope that you will be able to save some time to know the city. If you haven't been here before, I am sure that there will be plenty of things to see and to enjoy. So welcome to Porto, and I wish you a good conference. I will now hand over the word to my colleague, Professor Rui Vieira de Castro from the University of Minho. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor José Martins Ferreira. Let me salute you all. Dear Dr. Kathleen Shearer, dear Dr. Heather Joseph, dear Professor José Martins Ferreira, dear Professor António Sousa Pereira, and, well, to you all dear participants in this SPARC COAR conference. First of all, let me, as a representative of the University of Minho, one of the host organizations of the conference, to warmly welcome you to this event, to this region, and to our country. The involvement of the University of Minho in the organization of the conference is a result of our commitment to COAR, of which we are a founding member. This commitment derives from, and at the same time is reinforced by, our strong involvement in the open access movement, of which we are a first mover in Portugal, continuing to play along the last decade a leading role in its development in our country. In these circumstances, it is a great honor for the university to have one of us, Dr. Eloy Rodrigues, who is in front of me, appointed as the next chairman of COAR. He and his team have been absolutely decisive in the formulation and development of our institutional policies on open access, and I am very happy his vision, intellectual capacity, and initiative skills obtained the acknowledgement of your community. For us at the University of Minho, it is clear for several years the institutional relevance of open access. We celebrated recently a decade of involvement in initiatives of different nature: formulation of institutional guidelines, adoption of policy measures and operational arrangements, projects development related to open access to knowledge. The open access is for us a strategic project whose pursuit has ensured the achievement of relevant institutional goals, such as a wider dissemination of the scientific production of our researchers, the strengthening of the participation of our researchers in scientific networks, the attraction of new students, in sum, the increasing of the visibility and the presence of the university at the global level. Besides these goals, the open access, as we view it in our university, plays two other very, very relevant roles. It may function as a device, or actually it functions as a device for public accountability, and it is a relevant device for the public dissemination of science. In order to assure the achievement of these goals permanently, the University of Minho decided more than a decade ago to adopt an institutional policy on open access, which evolved along the following years from a weak to a strong version with the adoption of mandatory practices on self-archiving. The very positive results we got ensured the progressive centrality of our repositorium in the management of scientific and pedagogical activity and the quality systems of our university. In line with the consolidation of open access policies, the university's strategic plan for 2020, recently approved, takes the open access to scientific knowledge as a means of positive differentiation of the university, requiring therefore its continuous monitoring and consolidation over that time period. Over these last 12 years, the university has made a path that satisfies us, but we intend to take on new challenges. The enlargement of the scope of the repository, our repository, to all academic publications of our professors and researchers, and its transformation into a major source of different information systems, allowing also monitoring and evaluation practices of the academic activity of the institution, and the launch of initiatives on scientific data are examples of the new mandates we want to face. I believe that to this end, the presentations and debates which will take place at this SPARC COAR conference will give important contributions of which we all will profit. I am sure these same presentations and debates will match your expectations and that they will reinforce in our institutions an undeniably relevant movement in academic, cultural and social terms. So, thank you very much.
May I introduce to you Professor Sousa Pereira, who is the head of ICVAS, this medical school where we are now.
Thank you very much. A few words just to welcome you to Porto. I hope you enjoy the city. Today it's an important day for us because in the evening we'll have an important match between Porto and Bayern. So I hope you can enjoy the match as well as we will enjoy it. I hope everything will go okay with the meeting, and we hope to see you again here or in other place of our town. Have a good work and have a nice day here in Porto.
I wasn't going to mention the match, but I hope that they will not be too disappointed with the result. Can I introduce to you now Kathleen Shearer? She's the Executive Director of COAR and will now say a few words.
Thanks, and I can assure you we will finish the conference on time in case you want to watch. So on behalf of COAR, the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, I'd like to welcome you to this first conference co-organized by COAR and SPARC, connecting research results, bridging communities, and opening scholarship. yesterday at the pre-conference workshop, we talked about how important collaboration is becoming for libraries. Not just collaboration across regions, but collaboration across different stakeholder communities. And this kind of collaboration will not only help us adapt to the rapidly changing environment, but help us have an influence on the direction the environment is taking. And so I think with this conference, we have speakers from around the world and participants from around the world. We hope that this will spark new ideas within our community and also enable and foster new dialogues and ongoing connection amongst different people from different regions. So on that note, I would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, SPARC Europe, the Association of Research Libraries, Open Repository and Symplectic, and also a really big thank you to our local organizers, our co-organizers, University of Porto and University of Minho, for making everything run so smoothly. And I welcome you very much to the conference, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Pleasure and the privilege of introducing our keynote speaker. Before I do that, though, I want to echo Kathleen's words and thank all of our sponsors for making this meeting possible. But I also particularly want to thank Kathleen and Norbert and the leadership of COAR for embracing the opportunity to welcome SPARC as a partner in hosting this first ever international conference together. We've had a long history of working productively and collaboratively on many individual projects, and it's just been a wonderful experience to move into the realm of a direct partnership, to be able to really work as equals in bringing this global conference to fruition. We're delighted to be here and to be with you for the week. With that, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, whose name will be familiar, I'm sure, to most, if not all of you in the room. John Wilbanks currently serves as the Chief Commons Officer at Sage Bionetworks in the United States. John has spent his long and very distinguished career working to advance open on all fronts: open content, open data, open access, and open innovation systems writ large. He currently serves, along with his main role at Sage Biocommons, as a senior fellow at Faster Cures, an organization that's working to promote open access to research data and research articles in order to speed the translation of basic research into treatments and cures for diseases and medical conditions. John also served as the first assistant director at Harvard's Berkman Center in the United States, and found and led the acquisition of a startup bioinformatics company called Incelico? I never get it right. I always want to call it Incelico Incorporated. So John's got that rare background of the mix of deep roots in the academy, as well as the practical experience with working to translate research into information, into products, into services. He really is an exemplar of kind of existing in the nexus of all the places that information can be used in such powerful, powerful ways. I met John when he was the executive director of Science Commons for Creative Commons. So on top of all of the other practical knowledge and experience that John has, he's also a deep expert in the power and the nuances of open licenses and how they can promote opening up access and the utility of information, from data to articles to everything in between and beyond. I also know John from our co-work on a petition in the United States that we co-organized, calling for the U.S. government to open up access to the results of taxpayer-funded research. John helped spearhead that petition and, in fact, was pretty much the mastermind behind the social media campaign that helped generate 65,000 individual U.S. signatures in a 13-day period, actually, on a petition that resulted in the White House issuing a presidential directive requiring U.S. agencies to open up access to federally funded research in the United States. John has studied philosophy at Tulane University in New Orleans and also modern letters at the Sorbonne in Paris. He's a man of the world. I am proud to call him my colleague and my friend, and I'm proud to introduce John Wilbanks.
I'm going to take Heather to introduce me everywhere. So while I get everything up, I can tell you a little story. Bayern Munich is staying at my hotel, and they're not very nice about giving autographs or taking photographs, because I tried to get them to sign and take a picture of something for Heather's son, and they said no. So I'm already on the side of FC Porto for tonight. And I do apologize. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here, and I'm going to apologize because I will leave literally the minute my talk is over. I have to get to Paris for a conference that we're running at SAGE there, along with some other partners, also in the open space. So I'm going to sort of talk and run, and I apologize for that. I'd very much like to stay here, drink good wine, and know the town more. But that's unfortunately what my schedule is like. So I'm going to talk about a few things, but I wanted to start with culture, because a lot of the times when in the open world, we sort of assume a philosophical agreement about openness, that open is better than closed. And what I'm going to do is to try to describe a bit of the world practically, a pragmatic argument for openness that I think might be an interesting way to contemplate it. In many cases, the more pragmatic arguments for openness scale better outside of our internal group. And I spend almost all of my time outside the open culture. I'm the chief commons officer at a nonprofit. We're an open science nonprofit, but part of my job is to go talk to people who disagree with us on a daily basis. And that has changed the way I think about open and the way that I talk about open. And a big part of that is what I call prediction culture. And so prediction culture is basically what we live in as consumers. Amazon is a prediction company. They predict what we're going to buy. Google is a prediction company. They predict what ads will be relevant to us. Facebook, in its own way, is a prediction company. And what we lack in the sciences, the humanities, the academy, is the same transition to a prediction culture that we've had. This is a famous quote from the United States from an athlete named Yogi Berra. He's famous for saying things that are sort of zen and stupid at the same time. And this is one of the most famous quotes, right? That it's very hard to make predictions about the future. And this was really true until maybe 10 years ago. And around 10 years ago, the amount of data available about me reached a scale. So I'm saying sort of 2005 or so, right around the time that Facebook really started to take off. The amount of data that I provided to the internet, writ large, hit a scale where it was possible to make increasingly accurate predictions about me. And now in 2015, when I look from my room in Porto, on a set of results, or when I look on a Facebook page or on a web page, it's like they know me. It's like they know that I slept on a plane the previous day and that my back hurts. And the thing is, it's not like they know me. They actually do know me. Because my phone and my internet traces my cash purchases, my purchases of plane tickets, my bank account, my IP addresses, the places I go, the fact that I'm looking on Google Maps for this place here that I'm speaking, provide enough knowledge for Google to serve back pain ads to me, to serve ads for taxi services or Ubers. And so this scale allows these increasingly accurate predictions about me. And for the most part, this is done right through what's called data mining. And so this is just a Google Ngram of the increase of incidence of the phrase data mining in books. And you can see it takes off in the late 90s, and if you sort of push it on out beyond that, it just is screaming up and off to the right, because data mining as a discipline is the mathematical way that we predict out of large quantities of data. And the thing about data mining is data mining breaks when it has to negotiate lots of barriers. So if you have to negotiate lots of corpuses, lots of access rights to lots of kinds of data, data mining breaks. And this is why Google, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter et al. Don't have sort of large federated corpuses. They download the internet at Google and mash it to data mining. Amazon doesn't share its data with other people. They ingest data from other places, but they have a large, coherent corpus of data they use for data mining. And this is like the exact opposite of what we have in the academic context. And a lot of academic fields are moving towards becoming data-driven. And that's because the same market forces that are making it possible for Google to download the internet, cheap computing power, cheap storage, cheap transmission, we call that the cloud, generally speaking, as well as the willingness of people to simply spray their data all over the place out of their phones and their web browsers. Those same trends are actually helping academic fields transition to being data-driven. Now, I work in the life sciences, so this is a pretty famous graph in the life sciences. The white line is the cost of microprocessors. The line that's dropping underneath that is the cost of sequencing a whole genome. And so the cost of sequencing a whole genome is just dropping out and bottoming it out radically. And you see this in field after field after field, which is fields that used to be very hand-collected data-driven are moving towards being technologically data-driven. So they can collect far greater amounts of data much faster and much cheaper than they could in the past. And so this graph is roughly predictive of a lot of different fields that are embracing technology to create data. And so as that happens, the scale of the data hits a point where you can't use Excel, where you begin to have to use the same mathematical tools that the large technology companies use to make sense of the data. So probability is increasingly going to be a way that we know things or predict things about academic disciplines, not just about back pain or sweaters or what ads to serve me when I visit Portugal. And I would argue that's a relatively good thing. But the way that we have structured academia, in particular as it relates to data and to literature, fights against that transition. Every article you have to treat as an individual article before you treat it as data gets in the way of that transition. Every database with a non-commercial license that's not easily understood gets in the way of that transition. Every database that requires credentials to get at it gets in the way of that transition. And so when we think about probability, it's a very different way of thinking, right? It's saying, on the scale from impossible to certain, what are the odds of something being true, or true enough that we can assert it to be a fact? So it's a very different way of knowing. And one of the reasons, besides openness, that this is going to be hard is that we don't train scientists this way. A different way of knowing things sort of implies a different way of teaching things. And scientists these days, especially in the life sciences, are trained around a p-value culture of statistics as opposed to a probability culture of statistics. And this creates a gulf in the ability to actually take advantage of these changes in scale, cost, velocity, and so forth. And so one of the reasons why open is not important just in research, access to the literature and the databases to do the data mining, it's important in an educational context because we're going to have to retrain generations of scientists, literally generations of scientists who don't know how to work with the data that they're getting. We don't sort of teach science in the sense that you're going to change your model on a daily basis. If you take a typical PhD bioscientist in the United States, they've spent 5 to 6 years getting a PhD, 5 to 6 years getting a postdoc, 5 to 6 years establishing themselves in a laboratory and getting their first large grant from the United States. So at the average age at which a scientist in the U.S. gets their first grant from the National Institutes of Health is 42 years old. So generally in the U.S. we start college at 18. So that person started university just before September 11th, 2001. And their training dates to that time, which is before the transition to when predictions started to work. It's before the time that processors, storage, and transmission were cheap enough to make cloud kind of things possible. So open education is an essential way to rapidly edit the pedagogy and retrain an entire generation of scientists to actually use this. It's also an opportunity to push open access principles into the training materials through open educational resources. And the point of this is that we really want to be able to get closer to whatever the data tell us truth is. Right? Whatever our assertions are about facts about biology and chemistry, they change pretty regularly. Anyone who's done clinical study knows that coffee and chocolate go back and forth from being good and bad for you on a pretty regular basis every 4 years. And that's because what we know decays as we feed new information to the model. And I'm sort of obsessed with whether or not our pedagogy can keep up with the fact that what we know is going to change even more rapidly. Facts used to be fairly stable in the sciences, but those facts are becoming much less stable as we rapidly develop data-driven cultures of probability. And so both the literature and the pedagogy have to accelerate to keep up with the fact that something that was published 5 years ago is out of date today. Something that's published tomorrow might be out of date next year. And if we don't have the right to go back and edit the literature, to go back and edit the pedagogy, it's just not going to keep up. And unfortunately, the cultures that can keep up are corporate cultures. Those are the places, closed corporate cultures are the places that can make the adaptations quickly. And when you compare the open educational and access cultures of research to the closed cultures of access and research, the open ones can compete much better in a world where everything is changing rapidly than the closed ones. If we treat textbooks as permanent objects that we buy every 10 years, there's no way that they can keep up with these kinds of changes. So when I think about this, I want to think about platforms of the future for open research. And to me, that includes the data, it includes the methods, it includes the literature. And the platforms that dominate sort of tech culture in the United States today, at least, are called multi-side platforms. And so a multi-side platform is something that connects buyers and sellers through a technology in a place where it used to be that the buyers and the sellers would connect directly. And these are really dominating economically in the United States right now. So eBay is sort of the original multi-side platform. You could connect millions of sellers to millions of buyers through one piece of technology. But it's increasingly called the sharing economy in the United States. So Airbnb connects lots of people's apartments to lots of people who want to rent them, Uber, drivers to riders, and so forth. And this isn't really actually a sharing economy. It's a rental economy or an extraction economy. There's no sharing going on because everyone's getting paid, or paying, as the case may be. And what these allow are the formation of very rapid, large markets that didn't used to exist. And the thing is, they're better than the status quo because the status quo is terrible. Getting a taxi in Washington, D.C. is horrible. Right? Finding a room in Paris in a regular hotel is very expensive. And so these sorts of systems are better than the status quo. But the only thing they are is better than terrible. Right? These aren't moral markets. These aren't social markets, right? There's no justice involved in these things. The people who participate in them don't get health insurance in the United States, right? They're treated as contractors. They're treated as renters. And so I think we can do a little bit better than terrible. Right? We should aspire to something that's more moral, that brings in concepts of equity, fairness, justice, as opposed to pure economic benefits. And so when I look at open educational resources, when I look at open repositories, open research, I see something that looks an awful lot like a multi-sided platform, but instead of a corporation at the middle, it's a set of standards at the middle that facilitate that. Because in many ways, that's what the internet was. The internet was the original multi-sided platform because it let anyone send an email to anyone else. It let anyone catch a web page from anyone else. But there wasn't a company at the middle making money off of those things. There were a set of commonly held standards at the middle that let anyone play and anyone participate. And so when I think about multi-sided platforms and open, I think it's important that we think about them this way and say, open multi-sided platforms are actually happening in open, and they're creating an enormous amount of value. And I would almost argue that it's impossible to disrupt these markets without having an open-sided competitor in them. So Sage, where I work, is an example of that. I'll go into some detail. But PLOS arguably changed open access to the literature by proving it was possible to have an open competitor to the traditional publishing industry. Nobody believed it was possible until PLOS did it. Wikipedia is another example. Nobody believed you could have this kind of open system until it existed. And the very presence of these things changes the market. Because you have an open platform that competes, it becomes very difficult to extract poisonous rent from the market. It becomes very difficult to treat everyone badly in the market because you're the only choice. So suddenly there's another way that can go. And just to focus on Creative Commons for a little bit, you can even move this out into App World, which is a place where open has had a pretty hard time getting for the most part. So this is an app called The List at Creative Commons. The idea being you have it on your phone when you're near a monument. Let's say you're near the Crystal Palace in Porto or one of the wine factories on the other side of the river. It would send you a note saying, hey, there's no picture in Wikipedia for Graham's warehouse on the other side of the river. Would you like to take one? It's a very effective, lightweight way to draw people into becoming creators of the commons, not just consumers of the commons. And again, without the existence of Creative Commons as this multi-sided platform for licensing, it wouldn't be possible. In the US, we have the Copyright Clearance Center. They provide cash-based services similar to Creative Commons. You can buy access to things easily through them. They would never be able to do this. It doesn't fit their culture or their model. And just in case you're interested, you can find this at The List, right? It's a very good way for the commons to compete with closed stock photographers, or to make sure that the commons is sufficient enough that open travel guides or open encyclopedia pages are actually useful. And like a closed multi-sided platform, right, it gets more valuable the more people participate. So this is one of the keys to multi-sided platforms, is what are called network effects. And so typically in a closed multi-sided platform, the network effect comes from locking you in. So think about it as all the different people that have tried to compete with Facebook, right? They lose because Facebook doesn't have all of your friends and family on it. I'm sorry. They lose because they don't have your friends and family, and Facebook does. And so the more people participate in the commons, the more valuable the commons becomes, the more people buy into the commons, the stronger it gets. And so a big part of what we have to do is not just think philosophically or academically about open, but to think very tactically about how do we get people participating in open, not just consuming it passively through Google Scholar or through open access literature in repositories, but how do they become depositors? How do they become creators? Because if we are capable of doing that, then we can create open systems that get really valuable. And the reason I'm doing all of this is that I've been speaking to open conferences for 11 years now, right? And we don't think this way. We think about, is this article licensed the right way or not? Or is this repository structured the right way or not? And those are incredibly important things. But as we move outside the scope of people who agree with us, we have to use different arguments to bring them in. And when you look at the academic theory of the digital commons that Yochai Benkler and Larry Lessig and others have created, one of the most important elements to survival is that there's a diversity of reasons for participation. And I would argue that we have been very focused on people who agree with us philosophically that that's their incentive. They like open because it's better or it's nice or whatever. But if we're going to build open systems that scale, we have to create other arguments that compel people with different incentives to join us. And that's actually good for a couple of reasons. One is it's more people, and that helps. The other is that it protects us against attack. If we only have one argument, and that argument turns out to be flawed in the future for some reason, then we die. If we only have one argument and technology changes in such a way that we're out of date, then we die. And so the diversity of the ecosystem makes it more resistant to attack over time. And so it's really important that it's not just those of us who believe in open for open's sake that are involved. And so I've been going around saying, is it open is the wrong question. Now, I'm not lowering the importance of the Budapest definition or the Bethesda or the Berlin definition. Anyone who knows me knows that I am a bit of a purist on those topics. I think I've been called a zealot, indeed, about these definitions. The reason I believe in the definitions, though, and I promote them, is not because they are open or not. It's because they create things that are more valuable than the alternative. Right? The things that are created that violate Budapest are much less valuable economically, socially, morally than the things that are available. And by talking about it this way, I can draw people in who don't care about definitions, who care about value. And so just a couple of examples. Google is built on reusable content, the web. Google Scholar is built on unusable content. And one of my favorite things to do is to challenge people to put Google results for the same search next to Google Scholar results for the same search. Right? The inability to process the content that goes into Google Scholar in anything other than a very trivial way makes Google Scholar, suck is the technical word. Right? It's terrible compared to Google. And that's because we don't have the right to go in and add hyperlinks to the scholarly literature. And therefore, Google's core algorithms for relevance don't work. All they can do is check references. All we need is the right to reprocess the literature and just do simple pattern matching and say anytime this word appears, it's a word for a gene, we're going to hyperlink it and add it to the EBI definition for that gene. It would be trivial to hyperlink the entire biomedical literature over the course of a month if we had the right to do it. And it would suddenly work with Google's relevance systems, but we are not allowed to do that. So the closed version creates less value for everyone than the open version. The only people the closed version creates value for are the economic holders of the closed version, and sort of orthogonally the scholars who write them. Right? And the scholars who write them have been sort of separated from the economic value because they don't care. They get a value economically indirectly through their tenure and promotion processes, through their grant-making processes. And so there's this whole intersectional system that's keeping the closed version dominant, even though it demonstrably creates less value for everyone. Now, if you want to think in terms of value, it creates a requirement for practice change. So because the way we do tenure and promotion, because the way we do grant making is sort of intersectionally locked with the closed system, you have to get to practice change. And this is one of the places where a lot of open projects fail. If I require you to change the way that you work on a day-to-day basis, no matter how awesome the thing is that I'm promoting you to do, it's going to be hard. And if we don't have our strategies and tactics integrate that practice change requirement, it can be very difficult to achieve it. So I'm going to detour and talk about my organization for a while because this is what we do. We've spent 5 years trying to create practice change in the biological and health sciences, particularly around data analysis. So we believe that a world in which people collaboratively analyze data that's shared openly will result in far more insights coming out of the data than a world in which people work on the data individually in a closed fashion. And this comes from a lot of work in philosophy. So I studied epistemology in particular. How do we get to something that we know, to a justified true belief? This is a classic diagram of how we would go from data to knowledge, sort of trying to move from data to information to knowledge, to understanding to wisdom, to apply experience and theory to it. And the consensus that we had was that the more people that are contributing theory and experience, right, the more likely we are to wind up at a good result with an insight. So the first practice change we had to create was to find a group of people who could go from being solo laboratories to being communities. So we built a piece of technology that I'll talk about called Synapse, which is very akin to GitHub for software. So GitHub lets you collaboratively edit software when you're separated by time and space. Synapse lets you do that, but for data analysis. And for 2 years, the only users we had were our internal scientists, and they hated it. We had to force them, quite literally, to use the technology, not because it was bad technology, but because it made them change the way that they worked. If you want someone who is separated from you by space and time and culture to be your collaborator, you have to write down everything you do. Every time you normalize a file or deduplicate or rename things, you have to write it down and make it explicit, give it a DOI so it can be traced. Because otherwise, over time, my version of the data and your version of the data diverge. And all these small little things we do lead us to the point where it's impossible for one group to reproduce the work of another group. And a lot of it comes from that just basic divergence of the data over time, because we don't think about it. We talk about it at lab meeting or over the coffee machine, but we don't write it down in a way that a third party could actually track it and rewind the videotape to see how we arrived at a conclusion. So in order to do this, after we forced our internal science team to do it, was that we located groups that were required by federal grant-making policy to collaborate. So one of these in the United States is the Cancer Genome Atlas, TCGA. This is a group that has $100 million to look at the most common types of cancer and develop signatures for those kinds of cancer genetically. There was one working group within that called the Pan-Cancer Consortium. They were required to look at all 12 of the core tumor types and come up with a consensus set of things for them. So they had an incredibly large variety of people. They had 25 different institutions. I think there were more than 250 scientists involved. And they were having a lot of trouble publishing insights. Part of that was that they were putting their data onto an FTP archive. And they weren't even tracking when they changed the data at the FTP archive. So we had no idea of knowing whether Heather's version, which she downloaded on Monday, was different than the version I downloaded on Friday. And so it's not surprising they were having trouble getting papers out. They did also have HTTP downloads, so they weren't just FTP. But they weren't doing any of this work. They weren't recognizing that the collaboration required another step. And since they weren't capturing that tacit knowledge, right, these groups were just running off in 12 different directions. And so that's a practice problem. It's not an open problem. Although openness is the solution, it's not an open problem. It's a practice problem. So we were able to go to them and say, listen, our internal team hated doing this, but after 2 years of doing it, we put out one paper a month and a group of 12 people every month for 2 years, which is a pretty productive group, right? And many of them are postdocs. So we were able to convince them that maybe they should try a practice change. That meant 6 months of biweekly phone calls with more than 200 people, and an enormous amount of hand-holding as they began the practice change of writing down all the tacit knowledge around their data. And so instead of an FTP archive, they have something that looks more like this. So this is your average file in Synapse. So even the file name tells us that this is a certain kind of cancer file. It's been re-annotated, it's been deduplicated, and we capture a graph of all of the small edits that have happened to it. And you can basically rewind and fast forward your way through the graph. And you can see who did the re-annotation, who did the deduplication, who deposited it. And you can fork. You say, I don't like the way you normalize that data. I'm going to normalize it, fork, and create a different path. Everything gets a DOI. Everything is traceable. Everything has provenance. And what's remarkable is when you combine the version control over the files with this kind of provenance, you create the capacity for people who are not governed by the same organization, who don't speak the same language, who don't live in the same time zone, to be incredibly productive scientifically, according to the metrics that traditional science measures. So these were the raw numbers at the moment that they finally submitted for publication. So when they joined us, they had one paper submitted. As you see, it's a lot of different things going on. Within 6 months, 18 papers published in Nature. So this kind of productivity explosion is the sort of thing that happens when you move to an open collaborative environment. But we didn't make the argument that you should be open. We made the argument that you'll get science done better if you adopt this system, which, oh, by the way, happens to be open. Right? The fact that you can flip your folder the day you publish from private to open to comply with all of your funder guidelines is just something that's sort of at the back edge of it. It's not the leading edge. The leading edge is you're going to get more papers out. Unfortunately, the papers did not go to PLOS, which I would have hoped, but they are available all open access at least. And unsurprisingly, every single working group at the Cancer Genome Atlas has now joined Synapse after 2 years of saying, what the hell are you guys doing? That's bad software. Because when you ask people, what do you not like about our software? It's not the software. They hate writing things down that they never had to write down before. It's the practice change. And so the productivity explosion is what everyone wants. And so leading with that draws people into an open environment without even realizing it. So here's another example. This isn't just TCGA. We probably have 20 communities that have bought into the practice change. All of them are seeing this kind of productivity growth. And it's not because we're geniuses. We simply took the concept of version control and provenance from software and brought it into the data world. So another example would be colorectal cancer. So the reason we chose these people to approach is that 4 papers were published within 8 months, claiming to have published the definitive genetic type of colon cancer. Not surprisingly, all 4 of them came up with a different subtype for cancer, despite saying that they had published the definitive one. So we called them and we said, what would happen if all 4 of you shared your data with each other and you could run your math on everyone's data? and vice versa. So they said, okay, that would be cool. We can all get 4 more papers, right? And we said, well, the tax is that we're going to also do a consensus subtype that runs on all of your data that doesn't use any of your algorithms. And so we put this together, and this is sort of globally what you see mathematically. And the idea was Group A could access the data from all 6 groups and publish their paper. But the tax for that is this consensus subtype. Once we got the first 4, 7 more labs demanded to be let in. So this is actually now grown to 16 labs that work on colorectal cancer. They're part of the consensus subtype. So again, we tie into the absolute fundamental drive of science not to be left behind. And oh, by the way, open happens to be the method by which we draw those groups together, as opposed to the reason that they work together. And so I feel pretty confident saying that anyone who is working in a collaborative environment that buys into this is going to get this kind of value, right? Provided what they're doing is collaborative data analysis. But we didn't want to just go after these communities. We said what we've done now through these communities is proven that we can make the people who are already wealthy in the system effective. Those who are receiving money from the federal government to do science can benefit from this. But what about the people who don't work in laboratories? What about individuals who happen to be good at math who work at Facebook, or who work at a social media company, or who work at a telecom company, or who work in university outside the life sciences? So part of the idea is there's a surplus of brain power outside of the life sciences that we can access. So the way that we have decided to go after these folks is through challenges and contests. The first one that we ran was 4 years ago now, in breast cancer. At that time, it was sort of a coin flip to predict whether or not a woman who had been diagnosed with breast cancer and survived treatment would have 5 years cancer-free or not. And so using data from Oslo, using data from the UK, we were able to generate a challenge set. This involved genetic data, clinical data, and then did the woman relapse, yes or no, in 5 years. We got the Avon Foundation to go out and create a completely new version of the exact same data on 500 women. We made that available, but we withheld the outcome. We didn't tell people yes or no that the women had relapsed or not. We got Google to donate compute power so that people could basically do as much machine learning as they wanted without having to worry about cost. And then we partnered with a group called the Dream Challenges. They've spent 10 years building a community of computational experts in biology. And then we convinced science to accept the winning submission with the contest counting as peer review. So that was the entire incentive to participate in the contest. And then we required that anyone who wanted to be on the leaderboard had to share their code. So you wouldn't be eligible if you didn't share your code at the minute you submitted it, and you had to submit it at least 7 days before the end of the contest. You couldn't come in at the very end and submit your code to evade the judges. And so what was interesting was that nobody wanted to share their code, even though we required it. So we put in some very small financial incentives. We said $500 to the group who uses someone else's code to get to the top of the leaderboard, and $500 to whoever's group has their code used by someone else to get to the top of the leaderboard. And lo and behold, everyone shared their code within about 72 hours. What's interesting is the average accuracy of models went up 1,000% in 9 days after we required the code sharing, because the programming skill and the algorithm skill really dramatically affected. So you had some people who had great code and bad algorithms, some people had bad algorithms and great code, and so we basically brought up the floor because the goal was to create a suite of open methods for this kind of prediction, not just to run the challenge. And in the end, the winning model was 76% accurate. We didn't just get the article into Science, we got the cover. We got an editorial, we got a methods paper, and we now run about 13 of these contests a year. And the important thing to think about is it's not just the winner. Because we set the challenge up as an open challenge where every submission was viewable and scrapable, we created an entire set of openly available methods for anyone who wants to do outcomes prediction based on the mixture of genetic and clinical data. And so every time we run a challenge, right, we don't just crown a winner. We actually change a field by developing and deploying a suite of methods that are open source that can be taken and repurposed as quickly as possible. So first from solo labs to communities, then from solo laboratories to actually these challenges that bring in outside winners. And perhaps most interestingly, the winner of the challenge I just showed you had never done any biology. He was in a laboratory at Columbia University that had invented the MP3. And his theory about cancer was something that no biologist was willing to listen to until he won the contest. He's now a full professor of biology at Mount Sinai School of Medicine as a result. We've seen winners of our challenges get into graduate school as a result. We've seen an enormous movement from the winners of these challenges to help their careers as well. And so we're starting to see other incentives come in to participate in the challenges beyond just getting that peer-reviewed article out. And then we hit a wall. Right? There's only so many laboratories that can form communities. There's only so many people that are good at math that'll participate in challenges. So the question was, if we're going to have this practice change happen, we can't just touch the people analyzing the data. We work in the health and life sciences, so we've got to get out to people who are not scientists at all, but who can contribute data to the cause, or who can contribute ideas or anecdotes to the cause. And that creates a real governance problem. If we're not going to talk about a small set of sort of professional knowledge creators, how do we govern that? If we're going to go to the people and say, we want your data, we want you to donate your data to the commons, how do we govern that? And from a governance perspective, how many sides are there to the market? How do we design the platform? How do we price it? All of these things are really hard questions. I mean, we're a nonprofit organization, so these are even more pressing. We have to build systems that don't destroy us if they're successful. So if we govern this by checking by hand every individual that signs up for a clinical study that we run, if we're successful, we'll be destroyed by our success. It's like the opposite of a company, where the more people sign up, the more money you can raise, the more rich everyone gets. In the nonprofit world, there's not a magic amount of money that scales as your users scale, as anyone who's raised money in nonprofit knows. And so we really focused in on platform design, going back to the concept of multi-sided platforms. The idea being that if we embrace design to be a platform, we can actually be successful in bringing in citizens into this, not just professional scientists or people that are really good at math. And the natural way to do that is to get to their phones. Like, realistically, if we're going to have citizens participate in the research process as contributors, we have got to get to their phones, because this is the source of data they carry around with them every day. And the same market forces that let Amazon and Google take everything off of your phone in a way that's really toxic in a lot of ways, we can actually build open systems, commons-based systems that do the same thing in a way that's much more moral and much more just, in our opinion. So it's not designed around the idea, let's build a closed ecosystem on Apple or on Android, because even though Android's open source, it's a closed system. The idea was responding with, let's build an open ecosystem wasn't going to be the argument, right, that won. It was going to be, let's create more value for the user. Like, that was our entire goal, is can we use open to create more value for a citizen in the context of health than a closed system can create for the user? And we're going to compete on that level. And design is a really interesting thing. It's not something we talk about in open. We talk about like licenses, and we talk about numbers of files. We don't talk about the user and the user's experience in open, which is, I think, sort of a mental block in open that bothers me. Because design makes the user the center of the issue. And in many ways, that's the point of open access. I mean, Heather and I have spent years saying, the mother and the father of the child with rare disease are the user for this open access article, or the brilliant scientist who wants to data mine the literature is the user. But we don't center that person in our strategy. We center the files and we center the data. We don't center the person that's going to use it in our design. And if we design right, we can actually win much more easily over closed, because in academia, no one does design. And that's like the real opportunity is there's so many horribly designed systems in academia for the researcher, for the citizen, that by embedding design into open, we can actually defeat closed far more easily, in my opinion. And so from a pure tactical perspective, I was assigned the problem of working on informed consent. So if we're going to enroll people in clinical studies via their phones, we have to come up with a way of doing informed consent that works on a mobile device. This is arguably the oldest surviving informed consent document. It comes from a series of clinical trials on yellow fever in Cuba in, I think, 1903, 1902. And the core concepts of consent are baked in there. They disclose the risk. There's a benefit, which in this case is a payment to the person. And the goal of the study is to discover whether or not yellow fever is conducted by dirty clothing or mosquitoes. It turns out, obviously, to be mosquitoes. And where we are today is that these are forms that are written by doctors, edited by lawyers, and then edited again by a committee. And then you're handed the form and you say, sign it. And this is pretty much the case in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in South America, and North America. Informed consent has become kind of a checkbox. It's not something where you really test whether or not the person understands it. It's something that insulates people from liability. And when you put this into a computer context, it's worse because nobody reads any of the legal documents. This is my favorite recent example, an open Wi-Fi network in London. If you wanted to sign it, the terms of use included handing over your firstborn child. Everyone signed it. So you've got this horrible document, right, in sort of text world, and then you've got it in computer world, a culture of not reading anything and signing it. And so this was our challenge. If we're going to engage the citizens, we have to come up with a way that they understand that they're signing up for something open. So we decided to do an open design process to center the citizen inside research, thanks to a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation for something called the Bridge Project. And the idea was, let's build on the fact that people have their own genetic information. Let's build on the fact that people are able to access their own health data. That was my 23andMe profile. This is my health record. This is my heart rate from an EKG monitor on an iPhone. And let's build a clinical study that uses phones only. So working with the Parkinson's disease community, Parkinson's is a neurodegenerative disease. It's perfectly suited to the phone. You can get 100 data points just out of someone saying, ah, for 10 seconds into the phone. And you can tell how fast their muscles are degenerating just from that over time. Having them tap on the touch screen gives us their dexterity over time. Using the gyroscopes and the accelerometers that take you from landscape to portrait, put the phone in your pocket, take 20 steps back, and we know whether or not the way that you walk is deteriorating or improving over time. So we can basically take an entire Parkinson's study that you would do in a hospital once a year and do it on a phone every day. And that was the concept. The largest Parkinson's study to date was 1,700 people, longitudinal, 1,700. So let's contrast that to, tech. When Facebook runs a study, they run it on 700,000 people. When Google tests a new product, they test it on entire states, on entire countries, all day. And that's one of the reasons why their predictions are so much better than our clinical predictions. So our goal was to enroll 100,000 people in a Parkinson's study, right, to go from 1,700 to 100,000 people. So how do we do consent for that? So we actually took the methodology of software of doing design. So we did interviews and requirements gathering. We did what's called interaction design. I'll show you what that looks like. And then and only then did we develop the consent. So we didn't start with what does the legal document look like. We started with what's the experience of the user and how does that inform a legal document. This is what personas look like. So these are actually fake people. You invent them, you give them names, photographs, you give them a biography. It allows you to know whether or not you've excluded diverse populations from your design. You know immediately looking at them whether or not it's all white dudes from America. Right? It's very easy to basically display to yourself your own prejudices and correct for them. And you ask yourself, how would this affect Tim? How would this affect Drammy? Right? What would they want? What would they need as they go through the process? We identified these 4 key tests. And we said, well, if you're only checking the way that you walk, your balance, your voice, and your tapping, this is a low-risk study. We need a low-risk consent that fits the study. And the metaphor was we're going to create tiered information access. On the actual screen of the phone will be a picture-dominant, icon-dominant layer. You'll have easy access to a text-dominant layer, and then the third layer is the actual consent form. But the idea is we need interfaces to complex legal documents if people are going to understand them on a phone. The documents must exist. We can't avoid them, but we can create interfaces that make them understandable. And then on top of that, we'll require a test. You have to actually pass a quiz at 100% to actually enroll in the study, so you can't simply sort of swipe right and wind up in a clinical study on your phone without realizing it. And this is what it looks like. So this is the icon-dominant layer. And what we did is said, what are the concepts people have to understand if they're going to enroll? They need to know how the data is being processed, how it's being protected, how it's being used, and that there's a risk to privacy. And sort of just to prove the point that open designs can beat out closed designs is that Apple adopted our entire consent methodology as well as our entire technical methodology for the first 5 medical research apps that they launched a month ago. And we've enrolled more than 60,000 people in those 5 studies in about 35 days. So it wasn't that we were open. Open was actually the hardest part of the sale. But we were there first, and we had solutions that worked. And because they were open, they could be taken over to the different organizations. So we have Mount Sinai, we have Stanford, we have famous organizations now that are using the open process, not because they believe in open, but because they could take it and rapidly work. So all 5 apps share all of these things, and ResearchKit itself went open source last night, which is the basis for all of the applications. So on top of being able to get all 5 of these apps to use our architecture, not just our 2, Apple actually saw the value of making this kit open. To the point where Apple, which is not an open source company at all, put this out onto the web last night on GitHub. Anyone that wants to can grab it and start working. So this is what I mean when I say open methods can create more value than closed methods. If we'd been a company, we would have had to sell to those 3 academic institutions. We'd have had to sell our consent process, sell our technology. But by saying, listen, take it, customize it, right? Each of those groups was able to take it and make it their own in a way that made it easy for them to adopt. And I would argue that doing things this way creates value beyond economic value. And it's important to create economic value. That's, in the global economy, if you can't make a jobs or an economic argument, it's really hard to convince a politician to do anything. But if you can add to those values concepts of social justice, right? We return a copy of data to participants, right? We are not treating them like oil we take out of the ground and leave. They get a copy. They can build a longitudinal profile of themselves if they want to. We give them the right to order the investigators to make the copy public, right? And 70% of the people that have enrolled have exercised that option already, right? The scientific value goes up because more people can look at the data. More people can analyze the data. It's not just the 3 scientists at Stanford who will have access to the cardiac data. It will be the global scientific commons. And so the value on all of these levels goes up. But in many ways, I think the biggest value is the educational value, because as we demonstrate all these other kinds of value, right, that's how we're going to change the training system. And for open repositories, open access, open data, open educational resources, all of these things require a will to change a closed system of practice in the training of the practitioners who use these things. And so we need to be able to make arguments about value everywhere if we're going to convince something as traditional as the academy to start embracing open, making it part of the way that we reward scientists and researchers. So, if this is the way we're going to start knowing things, right, and we're going to start adding lots and lots of data to it, right, what we know is not stable anymore. Right, there's a beautiful book called The Half-Life of Facts that I would encourage you to read. It's in English. I don't know if it's been translated. But it looks at the way that we sort of think that scientific facts are stable, but very few facts in science are actually stable for very long. They all have a half-life, and they decay as we learn more. But it used to be that half-life was so long that printed journals were good enough, right? And printed textbooks were good enough. But we're moving towards a world in which this is all going to get done electronically. And the tragedy would be that we fail to make a compelling enough argument, and this is what we get. Right? That would be like the great tragedy of the academic commons, would be to miss this transition in a way that the closed systems are able to basically leverage their dominance into dominance in digital. Because it's not a guarantee that all things wind up at open systems built on standards. It's not. It's a fallacy to think that everything's going to wind up open because open's better. Right? Better technologies lose all the time to technologies that have better strategies. If anyone remembers VCRs, right, you'll remember Betamax. It was much better than VHS, but it lost. And so when we make arguments about open, I think we should be making them in a value context. And so to me, right, the right to reuse, not just the right to read, but the right to reuse, is the right to be current. Right? You can't use any of these cool new technologies and methods I showed you, right, if the content is closed. Right? You can't get better if the content is closed. You can't edit it on a daily basis to make it relevant if it's closed. You can't create new value. All of those things are baked into the concept of open, but they're far too rarely used in our arguments. And so I would encourage you through the course of this day, this meeting, and as you leave, right, keep the philosophy close to your heart, keep the concepts close to your heart, but think about the experience of the people that we're trying to convince, whether it's in academia or average citizens, and talk to them in terms of value. Because value is a much easier way to convince people to make the practice change that they need to make if they're going to be open than trying to beat them over the head and say, you've used the wrong license, you're not open enough, you need to change. Right? Value gets people onto your side asking how, as opposed to across from you asking why. Thank you.
So we have time for a few questions. If John, if you're willing to entertain a few. Any questions from the audience? Before I sit here and think to myself, I have to stop telling people that you should be open because it's right.
Well, it is. I mean, it is true, right? You should be open because it's right, but that's just it's hard to convince people to change, right? There's a quote in English that says it's very hard to convince a man of a thing when his salary depends upon believing the opposite. And I think that's the wall we're hitting in a lot of open contexts, is that people's salaries are paid by closed systems. And we have to show them a way that they can keep that salary or increase that salary in an open system, that they're not endangered by it. I'm co-writing a paper on this consent stuff with a young professor in the U.S., and she keeps telling me, I can't submit to PLOS. It's not good enough for my career. I said, well, then I can't write with you, right? But we have to change. We have to get to the point where people don't think whether or not it's open. They just think about, oh, this is a way to get more value. Yes.
We had a question over here. Yes.
And what it's very. I think what you presented is very useful for us, because what the argument that we hear very often from those who are keeping the content behind paywalls is that there is no much requests for using this content, for example, for text mining or other reuses. And what we feel what the people who are working for this in the Commission, they are struggling to find figures, numbers, to show that actually there is some value that can be created from that. And I think you provided quite nice numbers.
And it's hard, right? Like, I mean, Heather mentioned my company. I certainly didn't make a ton of money in my company because we ran during the economic crash of the last decade, at the beginning of the decade. But what we did was take the 1,000 or so public databases around the world that were in the public domain and integrate them, and then basically reprocess that as a graph that you could use to do data integration. That wasn't the reason those databases were created. And it would have been impossible to guess that someone would do that before we did it. And so the hardest thing about this is you have to, guessing the value of a future market that doesn't exist yet is a very good sort of derailment strategy by the people who keep the content. Because from a text mining perspective, if you go talk to venture capitalists, which I've done, they're not going to fund any companies that try until there's legal certainty that the company won't get taken down. And so it's hard to put a number on that. And of course that's wonderful if you're Elsevier or if you're a large company. So in many ways this is sort of a bet on the future, right? But if you can sort of show very obvious use cases at the beginning that many people would try, because right now I think there's one group that's really actively text mining, which is the Content Mine project in the UK. They're the one group I know that's text mining besides the pharmaceutical companies. And so the idea is there would be an entire market sector that would develop with probably boutique little companies that would serve people that need different kinds of text and data mining or use different kinds of algorithms. But you can't put a number on that because no one's going to try until it's legal. Especially in the United States, after Aaron Swartz was prosecuted, no one's willing to violate the contracts of the publishers and do this, even if they think they have the rights available under the law. And so, yeah, I think these arguments are important. Every time we can layer examples, if not, hard data, it begins to chip away at the argument that there's no demand. Because there may have only been 10 people in 1997 that wanted to download the entire web, but because it was possible, we got Google. So it's not the raw number of people, it's the fact that the brilliant entrepreneurs are choosing other areas where there's legal certainty. And so I think it's a real derailment by the publishers to say, well, we've only gotten 20 requests. To say, yeah, but one of them might have been the Google of scientific literature. Right? That's the real opportunity cost. Leslie. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thanks, John. Never get tired from listening to you talk. Just learn something new every time. Halfway through your talk, I was just asking myself as a social scientist how those examples from the biomedical models that you presented so brilliantly scale to the other disciplines. And actually, you answered that question at the very end by saying that the right to reuse is the right to create new values. And that really is applicable to the social science and humanities, and we haven't thought about that really enough. So we had a lot of work to do in that direction. So thanks for those hints. Yeah.
Well, and I left a few things out because I wanted to do some of the sage stuff. But if you look at open context, you see archaeology is moving towards being a data-centered science. You want to rebuild models of cities. History is very dependent. A lot of history would be very benefited by data mining and text mining. If you could actually mine 200 years of text about the Civil War in the United States, you could find very cool concordances in the text that you wouldn't find otherwise. So again, I think these are artificial barriers that keep us from applying the techniques of the technology stacks to the academy. And it's easiest to see in the life sciences. I think this is sort of a generic thing about, because of the scale of money in the life sciences, the patterns emerge there quickly. But the trickle-down effects are very similar technologically, in much the same way that the investment in large-scale app world and machine learning lets people stand up little tiny apps very quickly. So the sort of things we're doing at SAGE really help life scientists, but you can see a very clear line to any field that needs to process content getting these kinds of value. And so I think there's been this artificial divide between the humanities and the and the hard sciences, because the humanities view what they're doing not as creating generalizable knowledge, but as creating sort of interpretations of knowledge and assertions of ideas. But so much of that work is the synthesis of text. And machines are really good at helping you find interesting text syntheses. So that's a place where, again, I think we've not made the right argument to the humanities. Whenever I talk to people in the humanities about open access, I say, wouldn't you like to text analyze all of the literature in your field on a daily basis with different hypotheses? Well, of course I would like to do that. And then you get it. And then there's a change.
So you showed a slide about government, how to govern all this data and so on. About the year 1500, Machiavelli and Guicciardini wrote some books about the good government. So as it was mentioned of your philosophy studies, I was deep into the history. I went back to Plato, also good governance. And then now I have the question. The importance of knowing settings, like ontologies, for example, for Aristoteles. How is it, where is the value of knowing these settings now? Because technologies comes and go. And these people who made these settings often did not write anything. So Socrates, for example, did not publish anything. He never wrote by himself. So what about the oral tradition in scientific communities today, concerning your speech, concerning the data?
Great question. Ontologies are near and dear to my heart, and they're one of the best places to argue for open, because we need to be able to add network and do all sorts of things with ontology. The oral tradition, I mean, when I think about the oral tradition today, I think about it in the context of meetings like this. I mean, the core oral tradition is conversation right now in the hallways, because everyone publishes if they want to be scientists. And it's another way that we exclude the people outside the academy, because if you can't attend an event, it's very hard to be part of the contemporary oral tradition of science. It exists to a certain extent on Twitter. But the various places where scientists have congregated, like Friend Feed, have been purchased and shut down systematically, other than Twitter. I'm married to a Brazilian. I can tell you that people who are not from the U.S. or Europe are often excluded from that oral tradition because it's so expensive and difficult to attend a conference, or you have visas that you can't get to attend a conference. And so I think that the contemporary oral tradition of science is very exclusionary. And my hope would be that moving towards a more A system where more of that tacit information is written down and published openly is more fair and more just. I mean, there's always going to be exclusion in social systems whenever you have people, so I don't think we can fix that or should try to. But we can make it much more even if we begin to document some of the tacit oral conversations so that anyone can access them. Because right now, it's a system that it helps perpetuate the power structures in science that we have today. And part of my feeling is that those power structures are excluding brilliant people around the world, whether it's reasons of money or geography or of time. And so that's a big part of what I think needs to change. But in the context of going back to Plato and Socrates, Plato wrote it down, right? What Socrates said through a glass darkly, and the hope would be that if people want to have impact, writing down what you know is a big part of that, and then increasing the number of people who see it is an even bigger part of that. But I don't know any other way to change the existing culture, which to me is really fundamentally rooted in the conference system, than to begin writing it down. And there's a great example is they have these things in the U.S. called the Keystone Symposia. So these are sort of the elite life science symposiums. They're held at the top of ski mountains in the most expensive places in the United States, and you must be invited to go. And it's a place where Nobel Prize winners network with Nobel Prize winners. And so the oral tradition of science is that the elite share information orally with each other on a regular basis, but it never, ever gets out to the public or to the scientists that aren't invited. And that's a piece of what I think we can break down through open systems.
It's a perfect note to end on. Please join me in thanking John for sharing his time with us. And the coffee break will be out in the hallway, and we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you all.
tracking down one. It will be session one. You're good? Yes, it is. So, Stacy. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for the little gifts. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not using this.
Unless you need to. If you need to, that's okay. Just tell us what you want.
No.
Thank you.
Suppose I have another thing here, but use that. All the presentation are over there.
I believe so.
Or anybody can use his machine.
You can. I'm not sure how they're set up to switch them during.
You want to use your laptop?
Well,
You can.
in this place or over there?
You can do either. You can either stand at the podium or have a seat at the table and speak from the table, whichever is most comfortable for you.
I don't know. I suppose it could be here.
It's so much pressure, I know. I'm kidding.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay.
But you want to test the presentation?
Yes, I suppose I prefer my machine, but
But I'm the first one.
no, not the third one.
I'm the first one.
You, the third one. I use that.
So I would prefer to use the laptop. Yeah, yours is already loaded. Yeah, so I just take this one. You just need and that's it. Okay.
It's okay.
This is the backup plan.
And then this one's the clicker. The clicker's right here to switch your slides.
Yes.
Once they're up and going.
Okay.
In your case, just
No, this.
So once the presentations are up.
these machines, you can follow the monitors and you have one. Yeah, good. Tudo bem? Pois já está. Não, eles estão totalmente corretos. A ver como é que está.
Good morning, everyone again, and welcome back after a very interesting session. I think we had a great opening of this conference, and we will continue now with the session on the international policy environment. We will have 4 speakers. I will briefly present them now, and they will present on different experiences and policy definition and implementation in different parts of the world. So we will start with an overview of the policy development so globally by Lars Bjørnsau. Sorry, Lars, but knowing you for so many years, I still am not able to say your name correctly. So Lars, I think you probably most of you would not need that. I would present you. Lars is very well known. He's the director of European Library Relations of SPARC Europe, and managing director of the very well known directory of open access journals. And apart from other contributions, very relevant contributions that Lars did to the open access movement and activities, the director of open access journals, of course, is an important, was one of the most important contributions. So he was past deputy director of the Technical Information Center of Denmark, and director of libraries of Lund, and former president of Danish Research Library Association, and as I said, founder of the directory of open access journals, and co-founder of the Open Door, the director of open access repositories, and co-founder also of the director of open access books. So from the global perspective, we are traveling to the States, and I think this is probably one of the first presentations of a very important development. So the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as many of you know, has recently defined and is implementing an open access policy, and Jennifer Anson, which is a manager of information research services at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, will present us this open access policy, and that Jennifer is leading its implementation. Jennifer is serving as an informational leader both in public and private sectors, and she worked for Microsoft and King County Library Systems, and has sat on several boards and part of adjunct faculty of Indiana University School of Library and Information Sciences. From the United States, we will travel south, and we will go to South America. Marisa de Giusti from the University of La Plata in Argentina. She's a PhD on computer science, and graduated as literature professor and electronic engineer at La Plata University. And she's a member of the expert committee of the National Ministry of Science and Technology of Argentina, and she's the chief director of the LibLink project at La Plata University, and she also is member of other boards. She will present the policy developments in Argentina, and finally we will get back to Europe, and it's my pleasure to have on this session also Jarko Siren. Is a project officer for the European Commission. Jarko is working in the European Commission since 2009. Jarko is a project officer on DG Communications Networks, Content and Technology. I think this is a new name. He works on infrastructure projects with special focus on scientific data infrastructure. Apart other things, he has years being the project officer for a very important project in Europe. It's Open Air, where I have the pleasure to be in touch with the ARCO for several years. So with further ado, I will give the floor to Jarko. As we have 4 speakers on this session, we will have about 15 minutes for each speaker, and then we will take questions for all at the end. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Lars.
So, yeah, what I was trying to say is that I have a very challenging task here, providing a global overview of open access policies in 15 minutes. So I'll do my best. I will primarily report on work that has been done within a European Commission-funded project, Pasteur for Open Access, which there is a poster at the coffee in the coffee room where you can learn more about that. So I will definitely not go in detail about this project, but one of the things is that one of the purposes is to align policies in open access policies in European member states so they can comply or align with the excellent Horizon 2020 mandate adopted by the European Commission. So we are many partners. European projects nowadays should be big and collaborative, and we are around 15 partners, and I think there's 5 or 6 present here today. In this project, we have done work on creating this overview in Work Package 3. The first task was describe and enumerate the policy picture in Europe and around the world. And I think we actually managed now to provide a global overview of open access policies on all continents. The second thing was to rebuild RAWMAP, which has been and still is the source for information about open access policies. We have rebuilt that, including developments of new classification scheme that describe various policy elements. Third thing was to collect the data about levels of open access materials in the repositories, institutional repositories around the world. And the fourth thing was to analyze how elements of a policy could contribute to the effectiveness of the policy, that is, to the population of the repositories. There's a report available where all this information is available, and it has been done by a team, Alma Swan, Yassine Garguri, Megan Hunt, and Stephen Harnett, from one of the partners in the project enabling open scholarship. There'll be links at the end of the presentation for you to check the report. So this is the new RAWMAP, and you can see the development of policies by various policymakers. When the project started, there were only around 360 policies registered. So one of the major tasks in the project was to discover and update policies. So all partners was engaged in scanning the world, so to speak, for new policies. And during the process, new 250 open access policies were discovered. There's been, as I indicated, a major makeover of RAWMAP. the new classification scheme, including criteria for deposit, licensing conditions, rights holding, embargo links, gold open access publishing options, and quite a few more. I really recommend you to take a look at Raw Map and try the search functionality, which is quite advanced. There's a lot of interesting information to be drawn from that. So 250 new policies were discovered, and as of last month, there's a total of 663 entries. 2/3 are institutional, 10 are funder policies, and more than 50% are mandatory policies. And here you can see the breakdown on continents. Europe with 2/3 and North America with 20%, and the other continents with around 5%. This is how it's distributed on various policymaker types. You can see research institutions are the dominant, but research funders and research funder and research institutions, mixed institutions are as well represented, and as well quite a lot of subunits of institutions, that is departments and so forth. If we look at mandates, that is policies where authors are required to actually deposit their papers, you can see 60% are from Europe and so forth. Yeah, one of the other important tasks here was to try to measure the effectiveness of open access policies. That's of course quite interesting. How should a policy look like to be efficient, to actually work to populate repositories, so to speak? So the first thing was to measure deposit rates in the repositories. Second thing was to measure what is called deposit latency. That is the time lag between where it is required, requested, or possible to deposit, and to the time where it's actually deposited. And examining deposit rates in relation to certain policy criteria. That is where we focus on what works and what does not work. Examining the correlation between deposit latency and different policy criteria. So, when it comes to deposit rates, we distinguish between records where there's metadata only in the repository, or where there is full text in the repository. And full text can be two different types. One where open access is provided, and one where there are restricted access. That means the document is actually in the repository, but it's not open yet because of embargoes, for instance. So what the working group did was they checked the Web of Knowledge for publications published in 2011 to 2013 and measured this autumn last year. And they targeted institutions with mandates adopted 2011, of course, and earlier. And 10 institutions to compare without a mandate. And the sample here was potentially 350,000 articles. And the results, so take a deep breath now. 77% of those articles had no record in those repositories. I find that quite interesting, to say the least. 8% there were only metadata available. 12% were open access, and 3% were restricted access. 15% in total full text. And taking consideration, we are talking about 2011 to 2013, 3 years. Okay, anyway, it is possible to draw some lessons from the material. The first lesson is that strong mandates deliver better than soft policies. 4 times as good as well compared to soft policies. Deposit latency was the next thing to examine. And it turned out that open access items tend to be deposited later than restricted access ones. And latency periods tend to be longer in mandated institutions than in non-mandated institutions. That is probably because of the sample here, and probably because authors who deposit voluntarily without a strong mandate are self-motivated and will do it early to get the benefits of providing their stuff in open access. Based on advanced analysis, correlation analysis, regression analysis as well, it is possible to draw some lessons here. There's positive correlation between open access and restricted access deposit rates and the policy criteria mentioned here. You must deposit. You have to deposit. You cannot, there's no exceptions to deposit. You cannot waive deposit. There's a link to research evaluation and research assessment. So if your paper is not represented in the repository, it don't count in assessment and evaluation. And you cannot waive rights retention. If the policy says that you cannot give your rights to the publisher, or that the institution at least should keep the rights, then it has a positive effect on deposit. And as well, you must make the item open access. If this is a requirement, it will have a positive effect. There's a negative correlation between open access and restricted access deposit rates, and if you have a criteria that say you cannot waive open access. If it is a requirement that the stuff should be open access, it can have some negative effects here. And there is correlation between open access deposit rate and the requirement that you must deposit and you cannot waive deposit. Yeah, when it comes to latency, deposit latency, the older the mandate is, the lower latency. Even here, if you cannot waive your rights, and if there's a requirement you should deposit immediately, then it has a positive effect on deposit latency. And there's a significant correlation between early open access deposits, I'm not talking about restricted access here, and the age of the mandate. That is, the longer a mandate has been in existence, the more effective it can become. So, to make things very short here, an efficient policy is a must deposit policy, a cannot waive deposit policy, and a policy linked with research evaluation and assessment. In the sample here, in the total population of open access policies, there are 5 funder policies that comply with these criteria. And these are Horizon 2020, the Austrian Science Foundation, FWF, the Higher Education Funding Council for England, the NIH, and the National Research Foundation of South Africa. So only 5 funders, and only 13 institutional policies include these criteria. University of Minho, of course, Liège, Luxembourg, Ghent, and INRIA in France, among others. So only 13 policies. If we look at policy criteria, how they are distributed, we can see that the majority are requiring green OA, and here we are talking about the whole population of 660 something. 140 are requesting a more soft approach, and in just as many, it's not even specified. And then when it comes to green A options, we have only 2 who are requiring it, 100 that are recommending it, and 100 who permit it. If we look at research funders as a subset of this, we can see there's a more tendency to actually require green OA, and there's more tendency to recommend alternatives to green OA than compared to the institutions where you see the numbers here. How am I doing on time? 2 minutes? Oh, easy. Okay. I have some. Now I've very briefly reported on the work that has been done where I've not been involved personally. But looking at the things and working a little bit with the raw map, I have some observations. Research funders and mixed funder and research organizations from Europe are much more likely to have stronger mandates. And there's no significant difference in the strengths of the mandates in research organizations, that is universities, across the continent. It's more or less about 60 to 50%. And funders are more likely to require deposit and more likely to recommend gold OA and or allow or provide funds for APC payments compared to research organizations. And so far we have seen the characteristics of an efficient open access policy, but the deposit rates, in my humble opinion, are depressing. Can repositories deliver open access? I think we should think about that. Because we must not forget what it was all about. Earlier this morning, Will Banks remembered us about the Budapest Open Access Initiative. All about reuse and blah, blah, blah. But there's something about legal and financial barriers that we should really take notice about. Open access is immediate access to published content. And at that time, it was especially scholarly articles that were discussed because they were behind the paywall, they wasn't accessible for major parts of the world. And as we have seen, there are not many scholarly articles in the repositories. Of this sample we have discussed here, it's around 30 or 35,000 of the 350,000. So far, repositories are not delivering. I have to say, we are talking about institutional repositories here. I'll be very brief. Not subject repositories, and that will change the picture. I have no idea how much, but it might double the figures, but then we are on 20% of articles published in 2011 to 13. I don't think that's good enough, basically. And embargo is a legal barrier. So I will end up with something to think about here. Have we been too eager to see progress by seeking compromise and consensus? Did we refrain from telling funders and decision makers that transition is associated with investments and costs? Were we afraid of promoting real gold open access publishing, not hybrid, because there are bills to be paid? While we are desperately working to make green OA work, the publishers have regrouped their troops. Facilitated by the UK government and the Research Council's UK, they are back in business with the hybrid stuff. And as you know, they are taking the major part of the money. They are not going into gold open access publishing, they are going into hybrid publishing. Is it time to rethink strategy? Will green OA ever deliver the transition? And if green OA is becoming closer to deliver, what will happen to the embargoes? They will definitely not be shorter. I was asked to spot some trends, and this will be my final thing. Not all are as patient as we are. some funders and large research institutions demonstrate more determination towards facilitating real transition. Recently, we have seen updated mandates from WHO, CERN, and they should be well off, I would say, with scope and with archive. But nevertheless, they are now requesting gold open access for all articles published by CERN employees. And the Norwegian Research Councils, who are trying deliberately to facilitate the transition by offering resources to pay for APCs on the condition that the universities do the same, and they will not only fund they will not only pay article processing charges for research that they have funded themselves, but for the whole of Norway. And of course, we have the exciting open access policy adopted by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which we will hear about in a minute. So, while we are diving in the new, exciting and complicated stuff like research data and open educational resources, please do not forget that we are far, very far, from fixing open access to publications. First things first, or what? Let's keep our eyes on the ball. Finito.
Thank you, Lars. So I'll give the floor to Jennifer Hansen that will present us the Bill and Melinda Gates policy that Lars just mentioned.
Hello, everyone. I do not have PowerPoint slides, so you just get to hear me for about 10 minutes. My name is Jennifer Hansen, and I'm here today to talk with you about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's open access policy. I've been with the foundation for 5 years, and my role includes managing the library services as well as leading the implementation of our open access policy, or as a colleague of mine likes to say, making the policy come alive. I was also a member of the working group who created the policy recommendation that was ultimately approved by our executive leadership team. But before I dive into the nuts and bolts of the policy, I wanted to give you a brief overview of the foundation. It all began in 1994 when Bill Gates Sr., Bill's dad, started a small philanthropic foundation at Bill's request. He started out by making grants from his basement. Then, in 1997, Bill and Melinda read an article about rotavirus. They sent the article to Bill Sr. with a note, "Maybe we can do something about this." That article inspired them to act. In 2000, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was officially created with a focus on health, education, and libraries. 6 years later, Warren Buffett pledged Berkshire Hathaway stock valued at $31 billion. In 2008, Bill joins Melinda full-time at the foundation, and then we moved into our new campus in 2011, right next to the Space Needle in Seattle, Washington. Fast forward to 2015, and we now have regional offices in Washington, D.C., London, Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, India, and China, and we have over 1,300 employees. We have a $43.5 billion trust endowment and paid out $3.9 billion in grant payments in 2014. And in the foundation's lifetime, we have paid out $32.9 billion in grants. But why? Because our foundation believes that all lives have equal value, that where you are born shouldn't determine the opportunities that you have, that everyone should have the opportunity to realize their full potential. This is why we work in global health, global development, and U.S. education, and we focus on the areas of greatest need and on the ways that we can have the greatest impact. Our independence allows us to take risks that others cannot, and it allows us to find innovative solutions and track their long-term success in solving some of the world's most challenging problems. And we know that we cannot do it alone, so we work with partners, especially those who have deep-rooted experience on the ground. So when we take that vision, that mission, that philosophy, Everything that we do is viewed through that lens, and that's how we came to develop our open access policy. Why does open access matter to the Foundation? Because we believe knowledge is power, and sharing information accelerates our impact. That is why we're committed to information sharing and transparency, and that is why we believe our peer-reviewed research should be promptly and broadly disseminated. By sharing high-quality research as soon as it is available, we and our partners can develop more efficient and effective strategies to tackle the problems that we are trying to solve. With an open exchange of information and ideas, we and others can better assess evidence, identify opportunities to increase our impact, and learn from each other's experiences. But you know that, because we're here at this conference to discuss all things open access, from the policy environment to data management services to alignment and assessing value. We are here to live up to the promise of open access. In adopting our policy, we had numerous discussions with key partners, as well as open access organizations and with publishers. We greatly benefited from the wisdom of our partners as they paved the way for our policy, and we are grateful for those who have come before us. Because of that work, we didn't have to spend a lot of time advocating for open access. We could just focus on creating our policy. When I was asked to be part of our Publication Policy Recommendation Working Group, I was really excited. I am passionate about open access, and I was honored to have the opportunity to banter the ins and outs of what our policy should be with my valued colleagues. We learned very quickly that we were aligned. We wanted to ensure that our policy would enable the open sharing of our research because we know it accelerates our impact across the globe. Our values at the Foundation are innovation, rigor, collaboration, and optimism. Those values, coupled with our mission, led to very interesting discussions about how to achieve what we wanted with our policy. So after about 3 months of quite the lively discussions, we presented our policy recommendation to our executive leadership team, and they agreed. No changes required. On January 1st, 2015, our open access policy became effective for all new agreements. Because our policy was breaking new ground, we decided to include a 2-year transition period, partly because we had a lot of work to do, and we also wanted to give our grantees and the publishers time to absorb our policy. Our policy enables the unrestricted access and reuse of all peer-reviewed published research funded in whole or in part by the Foundation, including any underlying data sets. We can break our policy into 5 elements. The first one, publications are discoverable and accessible online. Publications will be deposited in a specified repository with proper tagging of metadata. Number 2, publications will be on open access terms. All publications shall be published under the Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 generic license, the CC BY 4.0, or an equivalent. This will permit all users of the publication to copy and redistribute the material in any medium or format and transform and build upon the material for any purpose, including commercial, without further permission or fees being required. Publications will be accessible and open immediately. All publications shall be available immediately upon their publication without any embargo period. Number 4, data underlying published research results will be accessible and open immediately. And number 5, the Foundation will pay the necessary fees. The Foundation will pay reasonable fees to effect publication on these terms. While the policy went into effect on January 1st, 2015, we announced the policy in November of 2014. What happened when we announced? The announcement broke on Twitter, and we were blown away by the response. The reactions on Twitter and in the media were universally positive, almost universally positive. I think my biggest moment of excitement was when Adam Savage from Mythbusters retweeted the policy. But my excitement was soon replaced by reality, because in order to fulfill the promise of our policy, we actually had to make this operational. the announcement was only the beginning, the first step in a 2-year-long journey of implementation. Our drop-dead date is January 1st, 2017. So now what? We have a small project team, and we bring in relevant folks from the programs and operations to help us stay on track with the various work streams. It's been 5 months since we announced our policy, and the clock is ticking. We need to consider infrastructure, cost, business process design, behavior change of grantees and staff, assessment, data management, compliance, and measurement of success. Not only of our policy, but more importantly, of the impact of our research. Not to mention how this all plays out in the greater ecosystem. How do we operationalize? We started with these 2 implementation principles. 1, enable the policy so that it can achieve the intended benefits, and 2, minimize operational impact on grantees and employees while optimizing impact of the research that we fund. With those principles in mind, we want to develop a process that enables the foundation to track its peer-reviewed published research, which includes submission, payment management, data management, and reporting functions. In essence, we want to have a one-stop shop for our grantees at the point of submission. What goes into that development? Partnerships. We can't do this alone. We're currently in discussions with the folks at PubMed Central to house all of our funded research. And we're putting the finishing touches on a contract with a partner who will help us build that new end-to-end product for our grantees. We're also in discussions with publishers to confirm we're building the right processes to ensure compliancy with our policy. And let's not forget the data underlying the research results element, which always takes us to the bigger data access issues. Our open access policy is just the beginning, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for this wonderful news. So now we're traveling to Argentina. Marisa de Giusti will present us the Argentina policy landscape. Will someone help Marisa to put the slides on, please?
More slow is impossible. Good morning, everyone. As you know now, my name is Marisa de Giusti. Please let me begin by saying that is as an honor as well as a challenge to speak in the name of the Ministry of Science and Technology of my country, Argentina, as member of the committee of experts to examine with you the current landscape of advances in open access, ministerial policies, and international alignment in my country. Our national system of science and technology is quite complex, integrated by 50 national public universities, 60 private universities, 11 national research and development institutions, plus the National Council of Research, CONICET. More than 100,000 researchers, and we have a ratio of 3 researchers per 1,000 of the economically active population, one of the highest ratios of Latin America, as you can see in the map. Before being established by the ministry, the Digital Repository National System worked during 1 year at least to diagnose the current situation of publication and research data in our country. Briefly, the final report showed partial or total ignorance of institutions of what their own researchers were publishing, dispersion of publication and/or scientific data across the country, lack of free access to published documents and its support to primary data from authors and authors' institutions, absence of common criteria for data management in the scientific and academic community, maybe, I say, some lack of interest. So the reported scenario would clear the need for a national vision on access to research outputs. Now let's see a chronology of the main step toward enable open access in Argentina. In 2009, the National Biological Data System and Portal was created. 2010 was a very productive year, highlighted by the creation of the National Sea Data System, the establishment of the partnership of La Referencia, the membership of COAR, and the presentation of the Bill of Open Science to the National Congress. In 2011, Digital Repository National System was created. In 2012, we attend the launch of La Referencia in Buenos Aires with attendees of 9 countries. In 2013, the National Congress approved Law 26,899 and the Digital Repository National System Portal was launched with DNet support. In 2014, the National Genomical Data System was created and the focus was placed on regulating the new law. Finally, this year, we are working to enhance the interoperability of disciplinary data portals, repositories, and databases. This work was done by applying the 5 guiding principles of open access policy. Let's revise them briefly. Equity of access to community and society. Visibility of public funded science. Efficient use of public resource, national articulation to optimize decision and investment in all science fields, accountability of scientific production cycle. We have followed these principles in the development of the Digital Repository National System. When we examine the situation of open access portal nationwide, it's important to highlight that the Ministry of Science has invested 5.4 million of Argentinian pesos to fund 39 projects through the national system. The aim is to create, improve, or update databases and repositories to enable updating and or harvesting. Currently, there are 9 sea data centers, 48 biological data centers, and 31 repositories. Regarding the result of the Digital Repository National System, we can see that there are 40,000 resources, full text documents available of different types. As you can see, most of them are articles and conference documents, and in a second level, review articles and doctoral theses share approximately 5% each. At the international level, there is a strong support to build a digital repository national system portal through a DNet backend platform, which handles harvesting and transformer operations connected to the public web, including web user, and also observers and administrators in the National Ministry. Back to the national level, an important step towards the goal of achieving national approach to open access was the approval of the law 26,899, which established that scientific institutions must create interoperable repositories with research results and outputs. Regarding researchers, in the new legal environment, they are mandated to deposit articles, reports, communication, and theses within 6 months of their publication or approval, as well as primary data in open access repositories. Primary data must be made available to the public not later than 5 years from its collection. On the other hand, financing agencies should require representation of plan for releasing data and publication as a prerequisite for awarding funds to research projects. So much for the current open access landscape, both at international and national levels. While great work has been done in these areas, we know there are still various pending issues and important challenges we have yet to face. I like to put this in the form of question. Can we achieve universal open access? What about the quality of open access publication and data? How to measure this? How to provide access and preservation and reusability of data? What are the new roles of libraries and librarians to add value to open access literature plus data? How do we manage to reach these goals? How to ensure sustainability of repositories? What about further training to researchers? It's clear that the new data and metadata format will arise. How do we manage them? How do we integrate researchers' career to open access circuit? Last but not least, I would like to finish by highlighting what we consider some of the key aspects to open access success in Argentina. First of all, political support is a must. We need to enforce policies, institutional mandates, promotion of national network, and of course, money. Not too much, but enough. We are working very hard on training, advocacy, awareness campaigns, marketing, and tools to measure the effects and impact of repositories on researchers' lives and work. And finally, we put the focus on regional and international support, in this case, through La Referencias and COAR-SPARC community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marisa, for this interesting presentation. And now we will conclude this panel before opening for discussion with the presentation by Jarko Siren about the policy landscape in Europe.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here talking to you. My name is Jarko Siren. I work at the European Commission, which is the European Union's bureaucracy body. So I'm a bureaucrat, I suppose. I work in a unit called E-Infrastructure. So strictly speaking, I'm not. My main responsibility is not policy development, but I've been supporting extensively our policy development colleagues so that the open access policy, scientific information policies that are included, for example, in Horizon 2020, that are in the scientific information communications of the European Union, take into consideration the infrastructures and the technology platforms that exist, either funded by the European Commission or elsewhere. It might strike you, but in a big organization like the European Commission, it's not always easy to find out what the colleagues in other units are doing, so policy development is not necessarily closely coupled with research funding or IT development of the services. Okay. So, in very briefly, the open science policy in the EC goes through steps. So we had an FP7 open access pilot, which is now a full mandate for open access publications. We are developing currently open access to data. We are running a pilot in Horizon 2020. In both cases, we are also funding infrastructures and services to support these policies, open air, and also in the area of data. It's a shared responsibility between EU-DAT and open air, two big EU-funded projects. And we are thinking about expanding this to other areas of open science in general. Still, there was a consultation last year, and the results are now being analyzed. If you want to know about the background documents, where we are basing all our actions in this area, they'll be found in these 2012 packages of scientific information and the European Research Area communication. And of course in Horizon 2020 official legal documents. So what is Horizon? I'm not sure if everybody is aware what is Horizon 2020. The European Commission is a strange organization because we are acting legislation. We are also developing policies for the European Union context, and we are funding research. So Horizon 2020 is this research funding arm of the European Union. The research is based on 7 years cycles. The current cycle is called Horizon 2020, goes from 2014 to 2020, and is almost 80 billion euros for the 7-year period. And talking about publication mandates, the Horizon 2020 mandates includes repository deposit, mandatory deposit, publication with an embargo of 6 or 12 months, depending if it's social science and humanities or not. And it also requires open access to bibliographic metadata, and asks the researcher or the author to do the best effort to give access also to the underlying data for the publication. And a very brief overview of what we call the Open Research Data Pilot, which is our way to try to expand the scope of open research data of the EC-funded research. What we are mandating there is for those projects that participate in the pilot, it's about 20-25% of all the projects from the first work program of Horizon 2020 that have signed into this pilot. They need to give open access to the data needed to validate the results that are published, and they need to also develop a data management plan and this is a very important part. So it is more a data sharing pilot, where you need to describe the data and all the environment of this data, the circumstances, how you can gain access to that data, and what formats are used, and so on. This data needs to be deposited in a repository, and also we require that the researcher takes measures to make it possible to access, mine, exploit, and reproduce and disseminate free of charge. So this is the open access part, a little bit in the line of the declaration, open access declarations to publications also. And also a best effort requirement to the tools and instruments that are needed to use this data effectively, because it's having access to data, if it's not usable, is not enough, of course. So there is a voluntary opt-in and conditional opt-out possibilities, quite flexible pilots, but the main aim is to really, for us, is to understand what is open access to research data. It's and from at this moment looks like very different from open access to publications. Not too many commonalities. And then, so this was the overview what we have now in place. But I want to say a few words also about what could happen in the future. We need to think about our political situation, where we. Horizon 2020 key objectives are to support the societal challenges and support innovation, jobs and growth in the European Union. We need to think about the sustainability of the infrastructure that is being built, the open access infrastructure, the open science infrastructure. And we need to think also about the new platforms that can help reuse, like in a little bit in the line that John Wilbanks was presenting earlier, where all the reuse possibilities are much more available, and new innovation can be built on top of this infrastructure. And also long-term preservation, which is something that we have not solved yet, not even for publications, I think, but for data, that's a big problem. And we need to stay competitive in science, and this is, I think, both. There are both aspects. The open science is a very important component of it, but also the large-scale infrastructures that are being built, and they are both very much linked. So the investment in infrastructures needs to be coupled with openness as well. So somehow the three guiding principles that we could see in the current developments are that where we put together policies and infrastructures is that data and computing needs to be together, research infrastructures, and so the big instrumentation facilities and the infrastructures, they need to go together. There needs to be a European policy framework for research data and open science. There needs to be political collaboration among the governments and research funders in Europe to build this. And we need global collaboration with COAR, Research Data Alliance, for the different aspects of open science. So I already mentioned about the expensive instruments that are being built, and that the need that we see, we have the responsibility that the European researchers have the possibility to remain at the vanguard of scientific discovery through this policy development and infrastructure service support development. But talking about research data. There is now quite a lot of discussion about reproducible research. So how do we build a system where we, at least for some areas of science, it is becoming more and more important to show that you can really reproduce the results that have been published, and this is not there yet. But certainly the open science aspect is very important to it, and also the infrastructure. They go together in this demand for reproducible research. And this is somewhat the dream that I have, and I would like that that we think that do we really need, when we talk about scientific publication, do we really need that the end of the process where we have the publication, that goes with the registration of the research claim? Shouldn't it be the repositories that already register research claims? And then we can build on top of that all of this platform with linked information, linked publications and data. We build all other services and products on top of that, and not that we start building the system from the ceiling. So we have the end product, the publication, and then we try to get the rest, the foundation from there. We should start with the basic components, which are repositories that register research claims. This is it's not something that does not exist. At least pieces of it exist already. We have hundreds or thousands of repositories. Some of them are doing this registration classification of preprints. Some of them have authentication, authorization infrastructures. Some of them are interoperable already. We have the open air guidelines, for example. Open access is more and more there because I think it's a necessary condition for this kind of infrastructure. We have the identifier infrastructures for publications is already a fact. For researchers, for data sets is also coming. So maybe this is possible, and together with change in the reward systems of researchers, I think would be a basic component to change the whole system. So I think it's just you've probably seen the White House memo that uses the OECD definition of data. When we talk about data, it's maybe good to have this in mind. So what we need to address when we build this kind of data and information infrastructures is, of course, that is how the data can be networked, how to envision and set up the data governance sort of for global scale. So again, RDA, COAR are needed for this, and how EU can play a leading role. This is our ambition. So RDA you already know. Most of you, I think it's also together with COAR, and there is a COAR RDA collaboration already in place, and I think it's very, very useful and important. And then maybe not so well known are the G8 plus 06 5 principles for data infrastructure and research data that should be discoverable, accessible, understandable, manageable, and usable. And more about this in I'm sorry for the colors, didn't work in the conversion. The data harvest report of RDA Europe.
and some links for the Horizon 2020 open access documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaco. So I think we have a very interesting session with views from a big European public founder to a North American relevant private organization, also funding of science, from the global perspective to a national perspective. I think there will be probably some questions, and fortunately, as the speakers were very well managing their time, we have about 20 minutes for discussion, so that which is great. Who wants to kickstart? Leslie, and then Kathleen.
I have a question for Jennifer. Actually, it's two related questions. The first one has to do with what you were describing, this one-stop shop that you're describing, where grantees could go in and make sure that their work is in compliance with the open access policy. I'm just thinking whether that design of that one-stop shop could be a process that is akin to what John was talking about, that is an open process, so that once that design is completed, that design can actually be rolled out to other communities that are thinking about similar kind of issues. I think that would be very useful. But the second question has to do with the huge amount of research output that the Gates Foundation has over the last 10 years. And I know a lot of those output in the past are not accessible, the reports and so forth. And the majority of research that are funded by development agencies do not result in peer-reviewed publication, and yet those research data and informations are extremely valuable. Are there ways to make those accessible as well, in addition to the more formal publication? And that's really, and then how do you make that as one of your one-stop shop? That would be very, very useful to the development community.
You can hear me now. I love your questions. They're exactly what we're thinking about. As far as the one-stop shop, definitely to scale across to others, to institutions, and because it's a problem, we were trying to figure out what is the easiest way to do this. We don't want our researchers to get bogged down in policy compliance. We just want them to publish their papers. And so how do we do that? So definitely thinking in terms of scaling that across and out, and not just for us at the foundation. Your second question about the other research, the gray literature, the reports. When we first started this conversation about our publication policy, we were very excited because we were going to have everything be open. It was going to be so awesome. And then reality hit, and we're like, well, maybe not right now. So we are starting with the peer-reviewed research, and then we're going to tee up the other stuff as we go through, because that is also, as you said, there's the evaluations and the research reports and the landscape analysis and all of that. So definitely part of the longer-term play. Thank you.
Yes, Kathleen, and then Dominique and Gerald.
Thanks to all of you. Those were really interesting presentations. And I guess my question or comment is directed more at Jaco than anyone else. You know at COAR that we're trying to connect the repository infrastructures that are being developed globally, so that we can support open access policies. And I was at a Global Research Council meeting 2 weeks ago, and Heather was there as well. And one of the things that I noticed was there's not a really good platform for the funders to be able to communicate about their policy directives and how those would impact globally. So, for example, there was a lot of discussion about how the RCUK policy is having a negative impact on some of the other regions in the world. And so I wonder if there's any way that we can push forward some greater dialogue across the funder communities to be able to have those kind of discussions, and I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, I think that maybe the Global Research Council is one of these fora where you need to have the policy discussion together with the science ministry groups in G8, G20, and so on, about the repository or the infrastructure alignments of the funders, and how funders can use those infrastructures for their own purposes, for example, for research evaluation, which is something the funder is not interested in research or evaluation, but the impact of evaluating the impact of the funding, and this is something that we can work. And also there are some examples of funders getting together to plan together infrastructure developments in the climate research. Don't know if you heard about Belmont Forum. So this is an example that could maybe be expanded also to other areas. We need to see if those ideas take off, but certainly all three areas are possible. So the policy alignment, infrastructure, use of these common infrastructures as well.
Dominic.
Gracias. Jennifer mentioned we will pay reasonable fees for open access publishing. So my question is for Jennifer and for Jarko. Will funding agencies work together to give their opinion about what reasonable fees are? Because once funding money is out of a project, those researchers in our developing regions or in developed regions have to go on paying fees that have been decided when there was big money in the projects. So it will help if funding agencies would build an agreement of what is reasonable of an APC and a book publishing charge. I wanted your opinion. Thank you.
Yes. So this is a big question for us, and definitely when we were thinking about the policy, we wanted to ensure that we would pay the reasonable fees, and that's why we put the term reasonable in there, because I think that can be interpreted in many different ways. One of our approaches is that we actually have a centralized open access budget, so it's not actually part of the research grant, if you will, and so that really helps our grantees and our program officers not have to really worry about that piece of the budget. And so that's how we're kind of like process-wise, when we think about that one-stop shop product, to have that be part of that and not part of the grant agreements. Because what we're finding even now, even though the policy isn't retroactive, we're getting a lot of grantees who want to publish in open access, but it wasn't part of their grant. And so how do they make that open? They have to go open their grant up, but they don't have to because we have a centralized budget. And I'm not sure how common that is. I think it's probably pretty much part of the grant agreements. As far as the reasonable fees, I'll let you know. We don't really know at this point. We're in discussions right now, and I'm sure we'll be reporting out on that as soon as we find out. So, thank you.
For the European Commission, now it's only possible to pay for open access fees during the project. So you have to get your invoice before the project ends from the publisher. Otherwise, you will not be reimbursed. Of course, we know that this is a problem, so many publications, they come out, they are published, they are invoiced, and so on after the end of the project, even a couple of years, 3 years after the end of the project. And that's why we have asked OpenAir to run a pilot on paying post-grant publication fees,
It's a 4 million budget, and the pilot will start presumably in a couple of months, more or less, and will run 1, maybe 2 years. The end date is not defined yet, and we hope to find out new information through this pilot, that what are the best ways. And I think that what just was described about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is a very different approach. So I think it's very useful to have these different approaches, and then maybe have some studies to see what are the best or the more sustainable ways to fund open access publication. But there are many other ways also to support the open access publication, not only by paying fees. So we have to think about that also.
Thank you, Jarko. Gerald?
Thank you. I've really enjoyed this session. I think my question is directed to Lars regarding the strengths and weakness of mandates or open access policies. And I know I would probably be defined as somebody who is partially responsible for one of the weakest mandates because it was called by Peter Suber a double loophole policy that let anybody through that needed to get through to a paid system of publication at a university. My issue with it and my question, I mean, I'm very happy to see that the study is taking place and there is a ranking, but given how much I know, I committed and my institution committed to what became defined as a weak mandate, my concern is, does the study that you do clearly define a distinction between those universities and institutions that have mandates or any kind of policy as being advantageous compared to those that have none? Because my worry is always that I am faced with institutions that simply will not adopt a strong mandate as it would be defined. And so, you know, if I go and say, oh, you know, let's introduce a weak mandate, that's not going to get much traction either, frankly, because people don't want to know that they're going to adopt a weak mandate. So I'm interested in how you could position the weak mandate in relation to no mandate at all.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, the current study is based on those 122 mandated institutions and 10 without a mandate. There are examples, though, of institutions with very soft mandates that are quite successful in populating their repositories with open access content. It often requires, or it would be very helpful that there are funding to support open access and open access article payments, of course. But it has a lot to do with some staff commitment and other kinds of resources that are available to promote weak mandates. So there are exceptions to the fact that it's only strong mandates that can deliver. And of course, as I indicated here, there's a huge diversity within this group of the 122 institutions. There are some at the very top with more than 90% represented liaison and some of the others. But even there, the majority of the content is still restricted access. So and the problem is, of course, that strong mandates are quite challenging to get through, to get adopted. But I mean, you just have to push and get as far as you can come, and hopefully you will be able to have staff resources to advocate and to help in the process.
I may use my position here as chair, but also as pastor for a partner. I just want to add a few data. Lars mentioned that, so globally comparing soft mandates with stronger mandates is globally 4 times more the deposition rate for strong mandates compared with soft mandates globally. And I completely share Lars' disappointment, and even I was kind of surprised with the global low level of deposit also globally on repositories. But if you look at the institutions and the policies, both at institutional and also at founder level, that have the right policy, so that have mandatory deposit, no waiver to deposit, and attached deposit to evaluation, you will see that the compliance rate is much higher. So I'm looking just at the table here. It starts with Liège with 87%, then the second institution is from Portugal, is the Bragança Polytechnical, is 86%. Then there is an Indian institution with 80%. So, and then you have higher, even you have higher deposit rates and open access rates. There's also on these institutions, for instance, there is some big differences between the percentage of what is deposit and what is immediate open access, or it is embargoed open access. And I don't know the figures for NIH, but I suppose that the compliance rate for NIH is much higher. So my question is, even if I think that probably we need to revisit the question of the tactics, so if we should invest all our money on green open access, or if we need to start pushing for publishing or alternative ways of publishing, or for instance, like Jarko mentioned, or using repositories as the entrance point for then building services on top of repositories. So not being the repositories the end of the channel for the publication, but starting the publication in repositories. So while I believe we need to do all this, at the same time, so there is some evidence that the right policies produce some results. They are not probably the 100% open access that what we aim all, but they produce some results. Heather, do you want to? And then Ignacy too.
So this panel was so useful in framing something that we've been thinking about, and we talked a little bit in the Global Research Council meeting about the fact that we tended to think about the open access policies that we've developed over the last 5 to 10 years as the final policies, when actually they're the first iteration of policies for access to research outputs writ large. And Jarko, I really loved the way you ended your presentation with sort of the framing of a larger set of possibilities that are sort of open access 1.0 policies could begin to feed into. And as we think about the policies that we're working on and piloting in the European Commission, that the Gates Foundation will be working on, connecting data as a research output to the primary articles, and what the conditions, the infrastructure conditions, the access conditions, the legal conditions, the technical conditions need to look like, I think we as the supporters of the open movement need to think the way that Eloy just pointed out, about how do we evolve our tactics, our support, our strategies to support policies that really are 2.0 policies that are moving the ball forward towards not only global access, but complete access, raising the statistics from where they are in our repositories now, taking into account the costs that gold brings into play, but really thinking holistically about how all these pieces of the policy puzzles move together, and not being afraid to say, this was our first pass out of the gate, and we need to continue to evolve our thinking. So not really a question, more I guess of a comment.
Thank you, Heather. Ignacy.
Hello. It was a very interesting panel, and I have a lot of questions, but I want to just throw three questions. Sorry, Marisa, I don't have a question for you, but for the rest. Jennifer, It's hybrid model a reasonable fee? So how you gonna skip all the money to go to the hybrid? Lars, you mentioned the efficient policy that was found at the end of that study. I just saw deposit, deposit, deposit. I don't see anything about public access. So we might end with a closed repository just for assessment. Jarko, how are we going to fight the discussion about embargoes? Horizon 2020 says 6-12, but journals don't allow 6-12 months. Thank you.
Can you repeat your question for me?
How are you going to avoid to get all the funds to the hybrid model as it has happened in the UK?
So to the publishers, is that what? Like,
if you say you're going to pay a reasonable fee for open access,
yes.
The fact is that in the UK they have paid a reasonable fee, so it says all the money went for the hybrid model, not for a pure open access. And I'm scared that you're going to fall on the same problem.
Yeah, I concur. I don't really have an answer for that for you right now. We are having these discussions internally. And I think wanted to echo what Heather was saying about just tell us what you need. And I think it's really important for us to work together. We don't do this, we're not just a funder. We fund research, and it's an ecosystem, and we're part of that. So we don't want to make our decisions just, hey, we're over here in Seattle, and this is what we think is the best way to do it. We're talking about the article processing charges, the hybrid model, the gold, the green, what is the best way to do it? And even in 2 years, who knows what's going to happen? And it would be really great to hear what you all think about what your perfect case world is. Like, what does that look like for you? Because I want to hear what that is, because as we move forward into 2.0, 3.0, we want to know what that is. Because right now, these are the models that we're working with. And I think in the infrastructure and all of that, one of the things that we were looking at is how can we leverage what is already happening? We don't want to create new things for people to deal with. We want to leverage what's already happening. And so as you think about what that looks like, we would love to hear it. I know that's not a really great answer, because what is that magic solution and bullet? But it's a process, right? So thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. And as you might be able to guess, I'm as well a little bit skeptic about the terminology and the vocabulary that we are increasingly using, as if it were a rational thing or natural thing to discuss deposit rates and embargoes. And to some extent forgetting, as I mentioned in my slides, what it was all about. It was all about open access immediately, without barriers. And I mean, the things I've said today is just to remind us not to get too far away from that. And as well, the fact that I think we are losing territory these days. Among other things because of the Research Council's UK and all this stuff, but as well partly because we are talking more and more about these things, deposit rates and embargoes and stuff. And I mean, repositories are doing a lot of good things, right? Grey literature dissemination massively, but so far I cannot see that we are coming that much closer to what it was all about, unfortunately.
So the question was about embargoes in Horizon 2020. There's a double problem, I think. The first is find out what is the embargo for a given article, and then check if that's the right one, and even to see if it really the article is opened after the embargo, which could also not happen. And I hope that Opener helps us tracking. Opener is now coupled with Horizon 2020 reporting IT infrastructure. And to get those together, we hope that it's going to track the situation of the embargoed articles quite well. So we'll have at least the knowledge of what is happening. The beneficiary of Horizon 2020 grant is obliged to give open access to the articles. So it's a contractual obligation. And there are some tools in the grant agreement, in the contract, that we could use eventually to enforce it. I don't think that is going to be very likely, but that is possible. That is possible, and I think that all the responsible institutions will do their best to respect their contractual obligations as beneficiaries. So the obligation is not really on the researcher; it's on the beneficiary institution to ensure that that open access is ensured after the embargo period is finished. I don't have a better answer, but I hope that this helps.
But when you say that to the publisher, and I've done that, they say you have to pay for the hybrid model. If you want an embargo less than the 12 to 24 months, that it's one publisher, for instance, has this one, say if you want to have it in 6 or 12 months, you have to pay the hybrid model. So that's why I don't know if we should follow that model.
No, I don't know if we should follow that model, but that's an alternative for the author. If the publication comes out of it's invoiced before end of the project, they can even use the project money to pay. It's their choice, and it's at the discretion of the project officer to decide if that money was well used. This is the current situation. There's nothing else, I think.
Thank you, Jarkko. We come to the end. I think we are already 3 minutes late. I would like to thank all our panelists. So I have a small offer for each of you. It was a great panel. I will invite you to give a round of applause to our panelists. And we will resume at 1:30, so in the same place here. Okay, thank you.
chats with you. I think it's really important.
for on and off.
Yeah.
Hello, dear colleagues. Welcome again. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. It's just a little announcement for the afternoon, for the dinner. So there will be buses near the rector house. Some of you at least already know where the rectory is. You see the building of the rectory, the front of the rectory, and it's the east part, the east road there. 2 buses will be there. at 6:45 p.m. Okay, they will leave at 7 to go to the Vila Nova de Gaia for the cruise. So please be there at 6:45. The buses will leave at 7 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry.
Is it okay if I sit here? You can all hear me. Great. Well, welcome back to this afternoon session. My name is Lorraine Harrycombe, and I'm the chair of the SPARC Steering Committee. It is my pleasure to moderate this panel this afternoon. And I've just had such a wonderful, it's only Wednesday, but I feel like I've had a wonderful week already. It's just wonderful to connect with people from all over the world. And really appreciate the opportunity to have SPARC and COAR do this meeting together. I think we should talk more about that later, perhaps. Today we have 3 panelists here. Before I introduce them, I just want to say how well designed this day is. We started with John Woolbanks this morning, taking us up into another level. And then we came to international open access policies globally, as well as in countries, Argentina specifically, funder, the Bill and Gates Melinda Foundation, as well as the European Commission. Now we're going to bring it to the level where we need to know what to do with all this information. And today we have 3 library directors who are going to share with us their experiences in their particular libraries. There are many librarians in the room here. I'm one of them. And I, too, look forward to learning from others, as I know we all do. The connectedness, the globalness of what we do is very similar, and it's clear to me very quickly that we all face the same challenges and perhaps see opportunities as we talk with each other. So we will have 3 presentations. I'm going to introduce all 3 of our speakers now, and then we'll give them 15 to 20 minutes each to do their case study. And then we'll have some time at the end for some questions, okay? Our first speaker is Gerald Beasley, to my right, who's the Vice Provost and Chief Librarian at the University of Alberta, where he started on July 1, 2013. He brings a library experience from the Canadian Centre for Architecture in Montreal, the Avery Architectural and Fine Arts Library in New York at Columbia University, and Concordia University in Montreal, who I believe was also a frontrunner in open access policies in Canada. He also worked at the Royal Institute of British Architects and the Wellcome Institute for the History of Medicine in London, England, and he is a graduate of Oxford University and of the University College in London. He's currently also president of the Canadian Association of Research Libraries until this year. To my right is Lisi Lembinin. She's the acting director of the University of Tartu. She's been the director there also since 2013, January 2013, and her previous positions include development director of an e-books specialist, and her current responsibilities and projects are the management of the academic library, Estonian e-resources, and collection preservation, DataCite Estonia. She had previous responsibilities in digital and development projects. She launched the Estonian e-books collection in 2008, digitalization of manuscript source text of Estonian culture, and the Red Book of Estonian publications, as well as the promotion of open access in Estonia. She's a member of the Estonian Librarians Association. To my left is Dr. Elisha Chowari, who is the director of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology Libraries. He's also the current secretary of IATOL and is an active member of LIASA, which is the Library and Information Association of South Africa. He also serves on the IFLA section on Statistics and Evaluation and is an executive member of the Committee for Higher Education Libraries in South Africa, and also serves as a member of SANLIC, the South African National Libraries and Information. He brings experiences from a lot of different countries in Southern Africa, including Namibia, Botswana, and he is originally from Zimbabwe, even though he now works in neighboring South Africa. He's a prolific writer, presenter at international conferences like this, and it is my pleasure to welcome him here today as well. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Gerald to start us off.
Thank you, Lorraine, and thank you so much to everybody for giving me this opportunity to speak. Like probably many of us here, I'm here to learn, and I've been learning a lot already. I know I'm going to continue to learn. When the conference organizers were kind enough to invite me to speak on the topic of organizational models for research data management services, I thought to myself, that's something I really want to learn. So maybe if I get to speak about it, then I'll be forced into a position where I find out. And I'm actually going to show two short slide presentations. I'm going to focus on one or two slides in each, I hope, which were given by colleagues of mine at the University of Alberta. So I disclaim all responsibility, except that all the mistakes will be mine, I promise. But I wanted to make really 2 points, which I think were well illustrated in the slides that you're about to see. And one, of course, they're both about how we organize research data management services at the University of Alberta. Many of you won't know that the University of Alberta is a very large research-intensive university. It has about 40,000 students, and it's probably one of the leading research-intensive universities in Canada. And we had, for many years, we had a digital initiatives infrastructure, I would say, that had evolved through digitization and repository development work. But technology choices had been based in the past on best fit and available expertise at the time. The projects were conceived and executed within the limitations of the technology at the time. And this was a strategy that served us very well in earlier years, but we did feel the need to move towards something that I'm going to describe in two parts, and each obviously has a slide presentation associated with it. One is we felt the need to move towards a single, sustainable, scalable, shareable, open source solution. Ours is Hydra. This is not an advertisement for Hydra. It just happens to be our solution that conforms to those criteria. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the teamwork and the way in which the development team actually works, because I think that is something which is very special for us, and again, it's just the way in which we're making things work, not necessarily an advertisement for the only way things work, but one way to think about it, perhaps. So, with that, as you see, my first presentation is going to be from Jeff Harder, who is an associate university librarian in my team, and I'm quickly going to go through to where I want to talk about Hydra. So Hydra is the initiative, the software that we're using, and effectively it is the platform for our repository. And what we needed was a digital asset management system, as we call it, which would provide consolidated access, discovery, and preservation software and technology stack. So characteristics of this stack needed to include scalability, extensibility, predictability, stability, and very important, of course, community-based support. This gives some idea. What I particularly like about this slide is the quotation at the end. You may recognize it as a very well-known traditional African proverb, actually. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And the Hydra community is very active. It is
very North American, but not exclusively North American. I do see the Royal Library of Denmark up there. So what we really value about the Hydra community is that it actually does bring together elements of software and other things that you probably are more familiar with, in particular Fedora. It was a growth from Fedora. I think Stanford was in the lead, providing a common management and preservation for all objects and metadata. So this is where I think, if I have one point to make about Hydra, it is a single body with many heads. And what that really means in terms of extensibility, I hope, is that our repository will be available not just to those digital objects that we can see and know about now, but also into the future. So the idea is that it actually is large enough, expansive enough to receive digital information that we may not even have thought of yet. I was in a discussion earlier this week around open educational resources and thinking, yes, open educational resources could certainly be included in our version of the repository, and that is something which had not been envisaged even when we were putting Hydra in place. So I will not spend too much time on this slide, but I will share it with anybody that's interested. This actually shows you how the digital asset management system is intended to work in support of a very large range of content. So Blacklight, by the way, is the discovery tool. All of this is open source. I should have mentioned that at the beginning. It is all open source. So the idea is that we have the ability to multiply along those columns. So that is the critical piece, I would say, about our digital asset management system. We are no longer in the realm of even knowing necessarily what kinds of objects we're going to try and receive through it. What we know is we don't know, but we're going to try and embrace in a single source system something that is extensible and sustainable. So, as I say, I won't have time, and I wouldn't want to anyway try and explain that in detail, but it is available to anybody who's interested. We have challenges, of course. Let's go through those. I really want to talk about Scrum, and I particularly want to talk about agile scrums. So this is the second part of my presentation, and Peter Binkley is one of our software developers, and I want to talk about it in terms of how do teams actually work. So again, I think of this as part of the organizational development at the University of Alberta in this case. Many of you may be familiar with the concepts agility and Scrum, and probably some of you are not, or you've heard about it from sport, because obviously Scrum in particular is a sporting term in the first instance. But it's actually a way of working which is quite radically different from any other way of working that I know of in the library environment. There is something called the Agile Manifesto. Those of you who have an internet link, you can go up and look at it right away. This is the kind of thing that you will see. It is developed for software developers. An Agile Manifesto values individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation. I already think that that might cause a challenge for some of us. In fact, that's part of my learning curve over the last 24 hours. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. One of the things you'll see, I hope, that is key here is that it is very much about the relationship with the user. So we talk about customer here, but really we're talking about relating to the user rather than supplying something, putting it out there and waiting to see how the user responds. It's actually a collaboration. So we have roles, but more importantly, we have a framework for all the projects that we undertake in digital initiatives at the University of Alberta. And the framework, this is an example of the framework, runs something like this. As and then the type of person that is making the inquiry, in this case, graduate student. I want to, this is again the user speaking, this is what the user wants. Could be anything. In this case, deposit my dissertation in the university's repository, so that, and of course we need to know why, we need to know the why behind the question. That's what's given in the third part. I can fulfill the requirements of the Faculty of Graduate Studies and complete my degree. That's a very simple example. Everything we do in digital initiatives, as it's called, is framed within those three terms in one sentence. So we require of our users, we want to be user-driven. What we require is identify who you are, identify what you want, and identify why you want it. Putting it into this sentence is an excellent way of achieving that, and it allows us to get to work. So this is where we get into the Scrum aspect. We have, of course, then a whole list of what we call user stories. And we get many of these stories from our own community, but we also are happy freely borrowing them from GitHub and other software exchange systems, so that we can actually take priorities that we don't necessarily have specific to the University of Alberta, but that we recognize when they're posted by somebody else in some other part of the world, and we form virtual international teams, if you like, in order to try and solve them. So typically, what we have to do is to prioritize, of course, and that is an essential part of the work, prioritizing how we are going to achieve our goals. And again, this constant communication between developers and user stakeholders is very important in order to get that sentence refined, in order to move it. It's rather like the old style of reference question where you're trying to drill down until you actually know what somebody wants and whether it's what you can provide. What this means for my team is my team has meetings. This is kind of the Scrum part. They get together for 15 minutes every day. And they look at their, if you like, storyboard of user stories, prioritized as best they can manage. Maybe they'll be doing some reprioritization. But what they will be doing is spending those 15 minutes saying, I would like to work on that, but I need developers' help. And a developer might say, well, I can help with that, actually, but we will need some resources from over here. So, okay, well, I will go and get those resources, I will bring them in, and they form a team, and maybe it's a team that the University of Alberta can support on its own, and maybe it's a team that is missing 2 or 3 pieces, and we need to get onto GitHub, or we need to do the communications with other universities that may be having the same issues, trying to solve the issue. And we then, as it is called, we have a cult of done after a sprint. So this is, again, it's just a very different way for me as a librarian to think, right? We tend to, I don't know why, libraries, we tend to think of slowness. We tend to think of, let's slow down, let's be calm, let's make sure that we, do everything in the right way, in the right order. And what we have instead, which I'm really excited about personally, is an organizational model that is about getting there as fast as you can within 2 weeks, and then calling it done and not going back to it. Well, that's really challenging in a library environment. That's kind of a little bit countercultural, to be honest. But I think it's really exciting, and I wanted to share it with you, partly just to get feedback, but also because it seems to be working very well for us. So you get the priorities, you're starting to get the picture, right? You get the priorities, you have a certain structure to them, you form a team. It may be a team that is in the U of A, it may be further, but what you do is you then say, okay, we're going to deal with this. We're going to create software. We're going to fulfill the user story. We're then going to share it, of course, on GitHub. We're not going to keep this. This is not our solution. This is everybody's solution. So we put it up for everybody to share, and we will call it done. And it should, in theory, not have to be revisited. So this is just a summary, really. It's my final slide. And if you want to, you can go to GitHub and go onto U.Alberta Lib and Hydra North, as we're calling it, because we're the northernmost university that I know of, anyway. But basically, these are the elements that bring us to this very different model for repository services. That's what I wanted to present. Thank you very much. says the same thing in different words.
I can go on? Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I'm very much going to say almost the same thing, but maybe in a slightly different way. How do I go about this, Gerald? Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Just briefly about my institution. We are a fairly new university. We were established in 2005 as a result of a merger of two technical colleges in South Africa. This came about as a process of the reorganization of the higher education landscape in South Africa soon after independence. We are located in Cape Town, in the Western Province of South Africa, and we operate on 11 sites. We have got a total enrollment of about 34,000 students, and we have got about 1,800 staff members. Our libraries, I'll refer to my libraries as CPUT Library, the acronym for Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Again, we are located on 11 sites. We have got over 100 staff members. Our services include the whole usual stuff that everybody else is providing. And in terms of the overview of our research data management services, I'm going to talk about the key research drivers within the institution, and also the institutional partnerships that we have built, and then the e-research model that we have come up with, and then the collaboration that we have with the Technical University of Munich, and the research data management platform that we are working on jointly in terms of depositing our research data, and the various work groups that were formed between the two universities to enable us to continuously build this platform. And then I will conclude by talking about the pilot project that we are currently running at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Maybe briefly, about 2 years ago, our university decided to look at the IT environment in the university. And I think at that stage, we were a little bit shaken because the consultant who was hired to look at this IT environment recommended that the library should change its reporting lines from academic affairs to a new division which is known as Knowledge, Information and Technology Services. But with time, I think we are beginning to appreciate that change as we were really made to become part of an expanded portfolio focusing on knowledge, information, data and technology. So the structure looks something like this. We have got a Deputy Vice Chancellor at the top, and we have got computing services, the library, management information systems, the Center for e-learning, and an ICT innovation and development hub. One of the key drivers, I guess, within our institution has been the growing research outputs and international collaborations. We recently did a bibliometric analysis just to look at the trends, and we see that the research at the institution is really growing up. And I think it's one of the reasons why we thought we should also try our hand at research data management. The other important thing is what we call the Research and Technology and Innovation Blueprint it's almost like a strategy within the university on the direction which the university wants to take regarding research. Now, when this blueprint was being formulated, as a library, we took an opportunity to say, here's a chance for us to slot in any statements or any strategies that we would like to implement regarding research data management. So as you can see, the section on the library within the research technology strategy of the university talks about the library role. And one of the key points is the last one, where we made sure that the issue of data curation and research data management are embedded within this strategy. So curation, dissemination, and promotion of traditional outputs of research in terms of articles and theses, and the curation of research data and innovation output, including enhanced research data management systems, are very much within that strategy. And I think we are riding on this statement to say whatever we want to do, we refer researchers back to this point. We also have an E-strategy within the library, and it has got 6 pillars, and one of the pillars is E-research. Again, we use this as a basis of discussion with researchers. There are also other elements, but I suppose for this purpose is the pillar on E-research. And then I think the policy environment is also assisting us. We have got an intellectual property and rights policy. We also have we also have a CPET research data management and open access policies that were approved in 2014. Again, this is what we are using to convince some of our researchers. And most recently, our colleagues in the National Research Foundation released this statement, which I think has given us further impetus to talk to the researchers. And the statement, as I have highlighted, authors of research papers generated from research either fully or partially funded by the NRF when submitting and publishing in academic journals should deposit their final peer-reviewed manuscripts that have been accepted by journals into the administering institutional repository with an embargo period of no more than 12 months. And then the second statement refers to the issue of the research data. Again, this is just the sort of the overall outlook of the CPUT research projects. We have our institutional vision there, which talks about being at the heart of technology education in Africa, and then our own division, the kids division. We would like to be the drivers to a smart university. The CPUT libraries e-strategy, and then we have the research and technology and innovation blueprint that I talked about earlier, and the research community, and we think they're all feeding into the issue of the e-research projects that we're trying to drive at the institution. And in terms of the partnerships within the university, I think the strategy that we took earlier on was really to, can I say, maybe bribe, arm twist the people in the research office and sort of give them the ownership of the projects that we're driving. So we do have a research data management working group. So what I did was to go and ask people in the research office to chair that group so that they can help us to convince researchers that we want to do A, B, C, D. Because we thought that if we chair it and we drive it, then they're not going really to be convinced. So that working group then went on to develop the policies, to develop the working plans, and also to participate in the engagement of the researchers. And finally, we now have a very strong research group that is accepted to work with us on a pilot project for us to test the platform that I will talk about just in a moment. Again, this is just the model that we have developed at CPUT. The collaboration with the Technical University of Munich, this is the website. I suppose you can go and see it. The thinking behind the collaboration really is that we should bring together different players so that we can drive the initiatives. So the ERIC is a joint initiative by information experts from libraries all over the world. Partners from Germany and South Africa are currently working in close collaboration with software development, IT experts, and researchers from various fields of expertise to develop a comprehensive software and service infrastructure. We have got other partners who are also participating in the project. And the approach to this partnership is that we have an open source platform which is collaborative, modular in form, and customer oriented. And this is the platform that we are working on. We are working on it jointly. And also to enhance our work, we then decided that we should have a number of working groups. So we have got about 4 working groups, and these groups exist in the 2 universities, and they talk to each other almost on a weekly basis on what is being done. So the first working group deals with communication tools and researcher profiles. The second working group works on reference management systems and visualization of data. And the third group works on research plans and electronic project journal. And the fourth group on search functionalities, semantic methods, search engine optimization. Just in a little bit more detail, the main objective of the first group is to prepare a set of specifications for subsequent internal and external implementation into the Mediatum, and Mediatum is the platform that we are working on. The second group, the main objective is to prepare a set of specifications for subsequent internal and external implementation, again into the platform. And the third group, the main objective again is to ensure that we develop an electronic project journal and also the issue of research plans. And the fourth group works on search functionalities, semantic methods, search engine optimization. And where are we now? We are now busy with the pilot project. And what we have done within that pilot project, we have done a survey of the current research management practices within the research community that we are working with. And we have identified that group. And we have done a requirements gathering, and we have set them up on the platform, and we are now busy developing a number of tools. The tool that we are now developing is an electronic lab journal. Again, it is based on the requirements that we have gathered from that particular research group. And finally, we are also now working on data management plans, and we are working very closely with the DCC in the UK. Again, the pilot project, the group that we are working with is called the Institute of Biomedical and Microbial Biocatalysis. It has got 15 leading researchers led by a research chair, and this research chair is funded by the National Research Foundation. And it used to be part of the South African Medical Research Council. It brings to CPUT a wealth of research experience and a lot of data that requires management, and we think that we have got the right candidates for us to work with. And I think we also feel that continued communication between the library and the institute is going to enhance the project, and we also have mechanisms of reporting back to the university of where we are in terms of the pilot project, and we will do that through various committees like the Senate Research, Library, Senate meetings, and we are also planning to have a number of workshops to report back on the progress that we have made. And the future joint activities with the Technical University in Munich, we are going to have an e-research workshop in Munich in 2015, and we will have another e-research workshop in Cape Town in 2016. And currently we have staff exchanges. I've got a number of programmers, or 2 programmers, who are going to Munich to work with their colleagues on the platform. And again, I think lastly is the whole question of strengthening the communication channels so that the projects can deliver its deliverables. In the end, what do you want to do? I think this is the things that we want to achieve, to have more collaboration, and also to, achieve primary data management, achieve global information networks, and so on. And we welcome any new partners to the project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liisi Lempinen. I'm an acting director at the University of Tartu Library. I'm really honored to be here, but note to myself that if you ask Kathleen to your conference, be prepared to return the favor. So, in short, I will discuss what we have done, and I think in a library world in a relatively short period of time, within 1 year. So I will talk briefly why we are doing what we are doing, what is the value and what we learned of the past year, and what else needs to be solved. So why we are doing this? Shortly, why not? But as Norbert told this morning, as we discussed, the matter is if you're not on the boat, you're off the boat, and why to wait and discuss, just start doing it. And you'll figure it out how it turns out. So that's basically what we are doing. The good thing for us was that maybe we could still be off the boat if the researchers themselves hadn't come to us and said, we need you, which was a really good starting point for us. Then again, we didn't invent the wheel. Many academic libraries are doing this in the world already. So there's nothing special what we are doing, actually. Why not else is we have experience in open access. Since 2009, we have been promoting open access in Estonia. We are the pioneers of open access. In 2009, we went to the Ministry of Education and told them what is open access and what they should do with it. They're still trying to figure it out what they're going to do with it. It came only naturally that data will be part of the open access. So past 2 years, our open access events, our Open Access Week has included data topic also. So when we started in 2009, actually our first Open Access Week was in 2010, and it was called the event The Blonde Girls in Orange Shirts, because nobody was taking us seriously then. But now already, even last year, people were asking about the event even when we hadn't even announced it yet. So I guess in a way we have set the trend in Estonia too. We also had experience with repository. We have our repository in DSpace with a lot of information and student works and everything in there. And also we're offering a platform for researchers for publishing an open journal system. And the main thing for advocacy of the Library 101 says that you have to support your university. So whatever they need, we need to be there and find a way to give them what they need. So what we did and how it started. In 2012, University of Tartu Library Natural History Museum researchers came to us and said, we want toys and we want to join the data site. And we said, sure, let's do it. So we applied for funding and we didn't receive the funding. A year later, we tried again, and this time we received the funding. So in 11 months, we had to do this. In addition to applying for funding, we had to join the data site, which is an international organization. So in just a few months, library took the initiative. We joined the data site and became the first country and the first university in the Eastern Europe who did that. So we set up the system so that our researchers are now available, or there's a support system for them to apply for DOI numbers for their data. And also our funders wanted us to do the consortia. So library helped to do the consortia. So we have 4 universities. The main universities in Estonia are now a DataCite Estonia consortia. And all this was really fun for us because we started from applying to ended up actually drawing a legal contract for the consortia, which was way beyond libraries' skills and expectations. But we did it. we thought at first that we will not set up a repository because most data is already in some kind of different repository, but then some other researchers said that I'm just keeping my things in my computer, so how can I get a DOI when they are in my computer? So we also set up the repository for data. And so we decided not to stop there, even though it wasn't a requirement. We set up 2 positions for data librarians who have received massive training in past 6 months. They've done the mantra that was briefly told yesterday, and also they have self-educated themselves. So now, basically, we have the skills to tell a little bit more or give the information about data and how to manage your data and data management plans and things like that. The other good thing was because our reference librarians already have really great information literacy courses, which are part of the curriculum, so students can actually get credit points of it. Of course, we implemented the data in there. So starting from this spring, our students actually receive the data training as well. And they're also in the process right now to put up a MOOC, and the MOOC will actually include the data as well. So what did we learn? Well, the first good thing for us was that we didn't need to go to the scientists. They actually came to us and they said, you have experience, you've done all these things, and we think that we need your help, which was a really great boost for us. And as also was mentioned yesterday, librarians always look for social scientists for their support. And the great thing was that these were the natural scientists, these were the real scientists, which usually never end up in library. We've seen in past year, because of the things that we are doing, we've seen more researchers in the library that haven't maybe been there for 10 years because everything comes to their computer, and now they're actually coming to the library to talk to us. The other thing was, I think in library world, things tend to be kind of slow. We like to think, we like to discuss, have another meeting, maybe a conference about it. So we had a fixed time frame. By the 31st of December 2014, everything had to be done. It has to be finished, it had to be fixed. And that's what we did. So for a library, it was kind of like a rapid race. We didn't do it 0 to 100, but we did, let's say, 0 to 70 in 1 year or 11 months. So there's still ways to go. The other thing, I think, as I mentioned already, that the data is already part of the Estonian curriculum. I think that's a great deal, because we saw from internships or interns who came to the library last week that they have still no idea what open access is. So I think it's great to get the data out there so they get all the information at once and be really confused about it. And as a head of the library, I cannot not to mention that I think the past year has really self-boosted our librarians' self-esteem, because we feel that we are needed, we are important, and people have learned new skills themselves. And I think that's a really great self-esteem boost for librarians. So we are no more blonde girls in orange shirts. So now the topics that we still need to figure out. First of all, as I said, the consortia is combined 4 major universities, but there is only 1 library. So we haven't figured out the way to actually get other university libraries to play part of this process. So we are still the pioneers there. We are still the lonely wolves out there running all by ourselves. But at least we're doing it for the universities. And the other thing is, there is no data policy in Estonia, not in a university level, not in a country level. And the researchers are really expecting what the stand will be. Is it going to be recommended? Is it going to be obligatory? Is it going to be something else? Because we've seen the slight recommendations, they don't work. As Lars also said, it needs to be mandatory to work very well. The good thing is that the Estonian Research Council has drawn up a group that will, within a year, most likely come up with a policy for data management. Ironically, the library is not involved in the group. As I said, researchers are coming to the library, so there are 2 main questions they're asking me. So if I start working with my data and putting up all this data in the repository and getting all the toy numbers, who's going to pay for the work that I'm doing? Because I can't just put things out there. There need to be metadata put on, there need to be check the quality. Who's going to pay for this thing? This is also one thing that the university or I think the government needs to figure out, who is going to pay for it. The other thing that the government, of course, will ask is, how much time does it take? How much money do you need? on Monday, we figured out the researchers have no idea how much time and money that would take. So we're running right now, on Monday morning, we just decided to run another short project pilot project for 1 month to figure out how long it takes to organize the data, to get the quality data out there, all the way to get the metadata and to get the DOI number and put it up in the repository. And then we can actually put the number on it. And I think this is also a good information for the funders. Also, researchers are saying, so I do all this hard work, it takes me a month, 3 months, half a year, and nobody cares about it. It will never be shown in my resume, it will never show up in any of my works. It doesn't get taken into consideration when I've been re-elected. So I think that's also another thing that this policy group needs to discuss and figure out. But this is not just an Estonian problem, it's a general problem. So, as I said, we didn't do 0 to 100. There are still things to do, ways to go. But I can say that we at least opened the door in Estonia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentations. We have ample time for Q&A. So I'd invite you to ask the speakers questions about their particular implementation strategies around research data management on their campuses. Before I do, I just wanted to obviously, all three of them have used different strategies and have different experiences, but there's some trends that I picked up in all three presentations, and that is that there was bold leadership to step out and do something different, that they recognized that we cannot move forward one funeral or one retirement at a time. We need to move forward. Because in libraries, he's absolutely right, we tend to think and overthink things and plan things to the nth degree before we make a decision, if then. That libraries can be catalysts on their campuses, and in all three cases, I think we've seen that. You talked about opening a door. That they leveraged existing infrastructure, either through skill sets or information literacy classes or MOOCs or whatever it is, that they sought out new partners, whether that was off campus, outside of the campus, or a global partner, for example, and the need to be agile. And Gerald addressed the agility, but I think we also saw in all three cases that they moved forward because they recognized this is a new playing field for libraries and that we need to be agile and be user-focused. So with that, I'm going to open it up to you for questions. And hopefully some dialogue, too, as we hear and listen to other experiences from around the world. Heather.
It came from the software developers. So, and I realize there's some software developers in the room. You know, their culture is radically removed from what I was brought up with in my culture of learning about librarianship. And the only credit I would give myself is the ability to listen and learn. And I think that's really what happened. Instead of trying to impose a library culture on what is now in dire need of transformation if we're going to solve some of the problems we face, I think the trick for people like in privileged positions like myself is to listen to other cultures and say, you know, actually that's what we need, and you're going to do it much better than anything I could ever come up with. So it came from listening to my team and saying, please, yes, you know, not much more than that, to be honest. And then just, you know, let me know about it, let me know that it's working, let me know so that I can communicate it, because I now communicate it across the campus, of course, and it, as you're indicating, Loren, it reflects well on the library as being a dynamic and interesting place for other parts of the campus too. Thank you for the question.
We have Daniel, Paul, and then Kathleen.
So this is a follow-up for Gerald again, sorry. So agile development methodologies at the more radical end tend to really emphasize face-to-face contact with users on a regular basis, which is sometimes impractical. And so you described how you're using user stories, which is a proxy for that, and I think that's a good thing. But I wondered the extent to which you do actually manage to inject a degree of face-to-face review and contact with actual users.
Well, thank you. That's a great question. It is indeed a challenge, right? And you're absolutely right. The user stories are in some senses a proxy for what we'd really like to do, which is to be in the room every day with the user. So I continually talk about how the library is user-driven, and really, we run on feedback. How we do that in digital initiatives, which is the area that looks after the repository, is primarily through the architectural design that we have. So we have a space that is for staff, and only for staff, actually. It's mainly offices. We have a public space, and we have a mixed space. And so we will often have staff and users mixed in that intermediate space. So we've actually designed a space between that, and that porosity. It's not a perfect thing, but it does allow people who are interested in the kinds of things that the team is interested in to actually have direct encounters. And of course, it invites the team to say, you're at the University of Alberta. Come along and meet me in this middle space, so to speak. And, let's develop your user story in real time and know where we're going with it much quicker than we can do simply by swapping stories. So everything is imperfect, but in that imperfect world, I feel very happy that we have that intermediate space. Thank you for the question.
Kathleen.
Thank you for those presentations. They were really interesting, and I'm interested in exploring more how we can develop shared services around managing research data, because I don't think it's practical that every institution alone develops its own data repository or services necessarily. So I guess, Alicia, I'd be interested to hear more about how you embarked on this partnership with the University of Munich and how you see that evolving in terms of shared services moving forward, if they will be shared services.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think when I started talking about research data management within my own environment, I always emphasized it to my colleagues that at some stage there's going to be some kind of a national approach, and I took the initiative with the Technical University in Munich as a platform to either share experiences eventually with my colleagues in South Africa and see how it will eventually pan out. But now, like I indicated, there is beginning to be the statements coming from the National Research Foundation, and we are beginning to talk about it, that as various institutions, how then can we respond to that, and most probably talk about a national platform. There is infrastructure in South Africa under the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, which I think all universities can use for their research data management storage and so on. But what is lacking is probably, I think, a clear leadership from the various maybe government sectors to say this is now the time for us now to build. Maybe my colleague here, Daisy, can also maybe elaborate a little bit more. But I think we are now slowly moving towards a national sort of approach towards research data management.
Norbert.
Thank you, Pedro. Having moved away from the library, I understand that there are more actors on a campus dealing with research data than libraries. Of course, there are the researchers. You were talking about researchers and libraries. So what about collaboration with computing centers on the campus and collaboration with the research administrators, with the research office? So that's one question. The second question is, have you started to develop workflows or standard workflows for researchers across discipline together with those partners or other stakeholders, where like you assess personnel and finance in those projects, research data, publication strategies will also be considered, and the library as an active player in this?
I can respond here. I think within our own environment, we are working actively with the research office. And like I described earlier on, the library works in the same environment as the computing center. And we have just made a decision that any projects that come out of the library should have somebody from the computing center sitting on that project. So no project will be approved that is coming out of the library without the participation of anybody from the computing. This is just to make sure that the infrastructure is there and future support will also be there. Otherwise, we'll be stuck with all these kind of platforms that we will not be able to manage on our own. In terms of the workflows, yes, we have recently held discussions that for example, the research grant application form must include all the elements that are embedded within the National Research Foundation requirements, that the final deposits of the research outputs and the data are going to be on the institutional repository. So also the issue of the data management plans, that any research proposal must include a clear data management plan attached to that proposal. And we are making sure that all those proposals then have all those attachments before they go for final approval or for consideration.
I'll just add a little, if I may, from the University of Alberta's perspective. Exactly the same really around the data management plans. In the libraries, we've taken responsibility for developing an open source data management planning tool that is itself based on the open source UK Digital Curation Centre's digital management plan. So I think we help the researchers a lot in thinking about workflows, in thinking about the way in which to bring research data to its full benefit. I would say we're probably at the beginning of that process, and we need to make quite a few mistakes before we start getting it right, but I think we're there. We don't have a mandate or any kind of national requirement for researchers to do this, so at the moment it's more persuasive, and it's somewhat based on the individual researcher's interest. As far as the cooperation and collaboration goes, I think one of the things that we are still fighting with is the general culture that will look at libraries as being more passive and more traditional, and perhaps less focused on academic transformation than other parts of the campus. That's a disappointment. I'm sure that's a disappointment for everybody in this room, but at the same time, I deal with it continually. As far as the IT department goes in Canada, at least there's a big trend, and a rather distressing one, where IT will say, we can do this better than the libraries, so now we want to take over. So there's me trying to be a good partner, and as I always say, I could be a really good partner with you guys in IT, but not if you eat me. Just because just because you like me doesn't mean to say you have to actually eat me, because if you do that, then I can't partner with you. And it's unfortunately, it becomes far too politicized too quickly. And I think we need to continue to demonstrate best practice. We need to continually work at getting engagement from faculty and students. They will tell the story much better than we can, actually, to the administrators that will decide exactly what kind of collaborations are going to be allowed and what kind of creation this new university that so many administrators are obsessed with. They're obsessed with thinking about this new concept of a university. And if we're not careful, we're not going to be in the right place as libraries. We're not going to be where we want to be. So that's where my efforts tend to be directed as chief librarian. Thank you.
Well, since we jumped in and didn't think first, so then we really don't have the workflow yet. But this is the 70 to 100 that we still need to do. About IT, so far we have managed with our own IT personnel because the collaboration with the university IT has shown us it's a pretty long process to get things approved, and we didn't really have that time right now, but maybe in the future it's necessary. Yeah.
I'm almost envious of the structure that was put in place at CPUT, because it forces the library to work with others. In some cases, I think that's almost a blessing to have it come from that and put the library in the center, but rather than the library having to force their way into it. But I still believe that libraries can take bold leadership because we are trusted partners on most campuses, I think. The faculty and the students trust us to help and get them what they need to have. On my own campus now, at the University of Austin, let me just back up. Several of our funding agencies are beginning to roll out their plans for open access and research data, etc. And that has many of us, running around to figure out how exactly we will implement that at our libraries. Some libraries are a little further ahead than others, but I think I'm correct. For the most part, many of us are feeling very challenged in how to do that effectively on our campuses, because there's a whole continuum of the life cycle management of research and figuring out where we plug into that on a campus, as big as mine is anyways. I have a similar title to Gerald. It's very difficult, and when my provost emailed me 2 weeks ago when the NSF unfolded its plan and said, so how are we going to implement this on the campus, Lauren, as though it was my responsibility solely to do this. And I said, well, let's talk about what you might be able to help and facilitate, so that the other partners, the VP for Research and the Office of Sponsored Projects and IT and all of those people need to be part of this conversation. And we haven't met yet, but, it's a similar process. In the IT, I don't want to step on anybody's toes here, but I think the struggle and the difference in culture between those two organizations, I think, is very real. And I think there's a real challenge to figure out how to work together effectively if you don't already have a good relationship with IT. I'm sorry.
So let's talk about defining new roles and assuming new roles for libraries. You were talking about two cultures and the possibility to translate between these two cultures. I would like to add a third culture, namely the legal and ethical issues in all these kind of things. From our experience, we are working since about 9 years by implementing projects with a mixed group of librarians and our computer center. Now the ratio is now 40% librarians, 60% computer center. Now we realized after 7 or 8 months that publishing and exposing something in internet, we need the advice of a lawyer. And at that moment, we arrived with the ideas of something that was implemented, and the lawyer then said, no, this is not possible, and so on. Now, after 9 years, when we start implementing, before we start, we first ask the lawyers if something is possible, because computer people, informatics, for them everything is all right, everything is possible. And then we ask first the lawyers. What do you say if we have this idea, want to implement, how does it fit with the requirements, legal, ethical issues and so on? And then afterwards we start on to build up the idea.
That's a great question. I can start the answer perhaps a little bit. University of Alberta, certainly, we can't afford to go to the lawyers first, by the way. We go to the lawyers when we have to, and one of the problems we have is the scope creep that is what we would call scope creep, that is which is endemic to the new avenues that we're exploring. And that's especially true, I think, about the legal and ethical issues that you raise, because librarians are increasingly being called to act as quasi-lawyers or quasi-ethicists without really having the training, frankly, but we have, the technology has now provided us, and frankly, the terrain is there, for us to inhabit. And so I think it's very challenging. I do think that there's a fair amount of retraining that is needed, or at least new expertise that needs to be brought into the profession. The one thing I think that I would strongly defend librarians and information professionals in general with, I really do believe they have a capacity for discrimination around confidentiality, privacy, ethical behaviors, ethical use of information and knowledge, which goes back many generations and links the book culture to the digital culture. I don't think that provides all the solutions, but when I look across the campus, I see the libraries as having just a great role there because of the expertise that we bring, a long-established expertise. At the same time, I agree with you as well. I think there is an enlarged domain which we really would have to stretch very broadly to achieve. If we actually tried to pretend that we were in some way able to give legal opinions or to give ethical policies, I think consultation with us is appropriate, but we should not be the originators. And that's, I think, a university-wide challenge. I hope that helps. I don't know. It's an answer.
Sunetra.
I think from all the three speakers we heard so far is that your researchers and the academics, they were always very supportive towards open access. Were there any instances where they were not supportive? Were there any objections? Because my experience in my country is that the career path for the researchers is based on the number of citations they get in the so-called index journals. When they go for open access, what they think is that the chances of being cited in the Thomson Scientific and the reputed citation indexes are low. So they are not always supportive towards open access. And the other thing, another problem faced by, complained by our researchers is that they get emails from many open access journals, and they have a problem of distinguishing between the true open access journals and the forged ones. Is there any, what is your experience on that?
Anyone want to jump in? Elisha?
Yeah, certainly there's a very mixed reaction to open access amongst faculty everywhere I've been. And there are many, many faculty who I think wrongly, and of course probably most people in this room would say wrongly, associate open access with reduced impact, with minimal career opportunities, with turning aside to do something that they wouldn't have to do if it wasn't for, somebody insisting on making either their published work or their data openly accessible. And there are different strategies, and all of us probably could help in coming up with strategies for how to talk to faculty. It very much depends what discipline they're in. Depends what level of faculty they're at. Are they still? Are they tenure track? Do they have tenure? Are they distinguished professors? There are very different conversations to be had. One of the things I think John Wilbanks was so interesting about was talking about how sometimes it isn't the word open that you want to use. It's the value. Like, what's the value proposition that happens to have some openly accessible solution? But without going into too much detail, there are ways in which faculty can become more supportive. But I always go into a room with a faculty member with a blank sheet of paper. And I always say, well, you tell me about your research, because you're the specialist on your research. And then I'll tell you a couple of ideas I have about making your research more widely available and having a higher impact.
Yeah.
But I always start by listening, because I find if I go into the room and say open access is a solution and I'm going to now tell you about it, most faculty will say to me, you don't know what you're talking about, because I've worked on it for years and years, and it is part of my core being, and you're a librarian coming along, and it's the wrong relationship to establish. Yeah. As far as the predatory journals go, by the way, and we call them predatory journals, which are the ones that are emailing faculty a lot. And by the way, certainly my Vice President Research will always start a conversation on open access by saying, I got another email from a journal this week that wants to charge me $5,000 and promises me, a very great response. And if I only send the fee in advance, it's going to be published, and it has some likely term, And, there are, first of all, there's a list. There's what's his name?
Beall's
list.
Jeffrey Beall.
Jeffrey Beall's list of predatory journals. But also, more importantly, I think it's again what I would call a learning opportunity, where you talk to faculty about how careful have they been of their research anyway. Like, what's amazing to me is that the vast majority of faculty have signed away their copyright to highly respected journals, maybe with high impact factors, when they didn't need to, but they haven't been as careful as we think they have been with their research now. And of course, yes, technology has produced an environment where there's predatory journals, there's people trying to make money. But actually, I take it as a learning opportunity to move from that point towards discussing, well, what care are you taking of your research? Are you making sure that we can put it in the institutional repository? Are you retaining the copyright in a non-exclusive license, and so on? So I'm not maybe providing solutions, because I'm afraid faculty will be who faculty are for many, many years to come, and there's a great diversity. But those are the two of the comments I would make.
I am going to invite you to engage with the speakers in the foyer. We're going to break now and maybe start a little earlier, come back here at 3:15. In that way we can stop earlier, since we all have to go back and come back to get on the bus for the boat tonight. So at this point, I would ask you to please join me as I hand gifts to our speakers for their presentations. And we will regroup at 3:15 back in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's a whole new world, librarians speaking about
colleagues, I'm going to speak again about the dinner. Please pay attention about the dinner tonight or late in the afternoon if you want. So, you have two possibilities. You have buses, but the buses will not stop here. The buses will stop at the rectory premises, okay? The rectory, most of you already have been there, but for those who don't know yet where the rectory is, you can see on COAR site and Google. But it's very easy because it's very near the ex libris of the city, the Tower of Clérigos. So, if you are in the rectory, the buses will be there in the street on the east side of the rectory, as I shown before, okay? The buses will be there since 6:45, and I ask you to be there at that time because we must depart at 7 in order to be at the river for the boat at 7:30, okay? People who want to go walking or by car can go directly to the boat depart. The boat depart is not on the side of the city of Porto, is on the south of the river, on the side of the city of Vila Nova de Gaia, where the cellars are. So there is a cable car there, and the terminus of the cable car is marked with a T in the figure. So the boat departs just from there. It's a white and blue boat, a big one, so you will see it, and you just say that you are from the conference, okay? The boat will depart at 7:30. Please don't be late, because you will miss a wonderful dinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisha. I guess that was the most important information in the afternoon. Except, of course, the exciting session about research data management that we had before, and, of course, except the session we are looking forward to now, which is about mainly collaboration. So if you think you know everything about collaboration, I don't think so. So you will have 3 speakers today talking about collaboration, and Kathleen will talk about collaboration and global alignment. So I'm briefly introducing the 3 speakers. Joanna McIntyre, Director of Europe PubMed Central. So we sit in the order of the presentations. Joe McIntyre, is team leader for literature services at the European Bioinformatics Institute's AMBL EBI, where she has been responsible for developing a Europe PubMed Central, the European database for full text life science research articles. Her primary focus is on the integration of the open access literature with open life science data to develop new ways for researchers to access and discover useful information. This has led to interest in the areas of citation networks, text and data mining, curation, publication workflows, and scientific impact systems. Before joining the AMBL EBI, Joe was a scientist at the NCBI, NIH, where she worked on various literature-related websites and resources and website usability. Before that, she was the editor of the review journal Trends in Biochemical Sciences. The next speaker will be Kathleen. Do I need to present Kathleen to you? You know everything about Kathleen, I think. No, you might only know that she is the executive director of COAR. So what you don't know, and some of the things I didn't know, I will tell them now, Kathleen. Kathleen has her Masters of Library and Information Studies and has been working in the areas of open access and research data management and digital libraries for over a decade. She is a research associate with the Canadian Association of Research Libraries we have had the president here, Gerald, and a consultant with Research Data Canada working on issues of policy, infrastructures, and training for research data management. She is also co-chair of the International Interest Group within the Research Data Alliance, long tail of research data and libraries for research data. In addition, Kathleen is a partnership consultant with the Association of Research Libraries in the United States. And last but not least, we have Andrew here. Andrew Salons leads partnership for the Center for Open Science, so we're very interested to hear about the Center for Open Science, a non-profit tech startup in Charlottesville, Virginia. This entails working with many stakeholders in the community to figure out where missions align and how we can bring mutual value through collaborations. He previously led data management service initiatives through the libraries at the University of Virginia. So I guess it's an exciting mix of speakers, different kind of collaborations. So we are really looking forward. And Joe, it's your turn first, please. I guess you just...
I'm happy to do that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the institute I work in first, so you know the context in which I work. I'm not a librarian. I've known many librarians. In fact, I used to work at the National Library of Medicine in the States. Hello. So I'm a life scientist by training, and I got into editing, got very interested in not doing so much the doing of science, but the talking about science and learning about science. And from there on, I got very excited about PubMed when it first came out, and I went to the NCBI for many years and had the opportunity since then to come and build literature resources at the EBI, which was just an opportunity I couldn't miss, coming back to Europe and the UK, and really thinking about how we can add value to the literature, the open literature, in particular in the context of open data. But this is not about me, and I wasn't about to say that actually, so I am ad-libbing a bit, you'll have to excuse me. Our organisation is part of the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, which is headquartered in Germany, and it has a number of outstations, one in Italy, one in France, another one in Germany, and one in the UK, and this one's just outside Cambridge. And it's a lovely campus owned by the Wellcome Trust. And really, we do some computational biology research there, but most of our business is, most of the people who work there are involved with the provision of services around data in the life sciences. So human genomes, big protein structures, drug discovery, this kind of thing. This is what we do. And there's about 500 people who work there doing this, so it takes a reasonable amount of effort to keep all this going. I won't go into the details of this, but there are many, many different data resources, all to do with life science data that we run at the EBI. And my small corner of this is the literature services and, to some extent, ontologies as well, because they're all words, aren't they? That's how the data guys see it. It's all words. Now, all these this is about a collaboration. So all these resources, to a T, are basically built collaboratively. They're built internationally with various different agreements between different organisations that partner to do it. And the EBI is, I have to say, a fantastically collaborative organisation to work with, and we always welcome it. This goes without saying that we're serving a global community at the EBI, but we're also ingesting content from a global community. So we talk to data providers and we talk to users both from all over the world. And of course our focus is Europe. But many of these data resources that we run share information on a daily basis. So you could deposit in Japan and the next day you could retrieve it in the States, for example. And this is a snapshot. We have this cool thing which shows real-time hits on the resources at the EBI across the world. And this obviously isn't real-time anymore. I did it yesterday. But you can see that, in any part of the globe almost, at any time, someone is accessing some bit of all those resources. And I feel it's sort of my job to try and make sure, in part, that the most can be made of those resources from whichever direction people are coming in. And the literature is a really big part of that because of course, all the scientific knowledge and the interpretation of the data is in the literature. So it's a very interesting project to build these things in this context. I just wanted to talk a little bit about structured data, and perhaps people have heard me talk about this before, but a lot of the time when we talk about data repositories, we're thinking metadata, a DOI, hopefully, or something similar, and a bunch of files. But much of the data at the EBI is what I would call structured, which means that it's very, very specific metadata, very context-specific metadata, and specific formats for the data that are in those databases. And the data in those databases is all the same type of thing. And the value of this is that you can really compute across all of the information. So people design algorithms for searching across different sequences, genome sequences, for predicting folds in proteins and so on. And this has really been one of the great enablers of life science research in the last 10 or 20 years. So just to talk about the value of structured data, I bet there's no one in the room who hasn't seen a relative's hands that look a bit like this. So this is osteoarthritis, which is incredibly common and is anything from inconvenient to debilitating. And one of the things we're able to do these days, as a sort of global effort really, it's not really coordinated, it's all very grassroots, but because all the data goes into the same place, and it's in standard formats, we now know as a sort of community that this is an example of this is the human genome. You see the X chromosome is quite a lot bigger than the Y chromosome, just saying. But you can see there's a number of these little red triangles here, and these are all genes which have been mutated and implicated in osteoarthritis. And this is the work of many, many people building on core infrastructural resources, doing experiments on them, then feeding it back into those resources. And when you do that, you can do really cool things that help scientists, which is we know that this is a particular gene, and we know through algorithms that can compare these sequences that where that gene appears in mice. And if you know where that similar gene appears in mice, you can do experiments on that. It's much easier to experiment on mice than humans, obviously. And you can draw nice pictures like this that help scientists find the information. And if you don't like mice for some reason, we can line all these organisms' genomes up and find the similar genes in all these different organisms. So depending on what your angle is, you can hopefully have an impact on this area. So that's the value of structured data. And when we talk about the sort of new wave of unstructured data, we're not talking about that kind of thing. We're talking about something quite different. And the question is, where is that going in the future? So most of the EBI in the past, what's that going to do? Should I just press it and find out? Oh, no, that wasn't it. That's not what I wanted to do. Where's the ticker on here? Yeah, I want to have a pointer. Okay, never mind. In the bottom right quadrant is where the EBI have traditionally been engaged in the structured data and these added value kind of resources that I just showed you. But more recently, since I've been there, they've really had some attention on the literature, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment. And of course, when you start thinking about the literature, you start thinking about this unstructured data that we think of as supplemental data files, often attached to articles. And so one of the real big challenges now, I think, is to integrate all of that in a way that's sensible for people to navigate and find the things that they want. And we've got a few tools in our arsenal at the moment to do that, and one of them is very direct and specific links for which various types of identifier are absolutely critical. This must be said over and over and over again. We have to have, as I think the lady who's in the session before has done it in Estonia. Where's she gone? Yeah, so this is great. And then we have algorithms. So, sort of following the lead from the big data, we can develop algorithms to do text and data mining, which will help integrate all these information too. So I want to talk about Europe PubMed Central now, because that's what I do. It's an abstract of scientific literature, life sciences literature. It's a database of database of scientific literature, has about 30 million abstracts, including all of PubMed, and about just over 3 million full-text articles now. And about 900,000 of those articles, maybe a few more, are now have the kind of license that allows you to reuse it. And I think that's a critical part of what we do going forward, is showing how useful it is to have that open content. And then we do a number of things to extend that content and add value, and I'll talk about some of these things in a moment. And basically, it's the repository for 26 life science funders of research in Europe and more globally. Actually, the WHO is a member, ERC is a member, and amongst others, and they're led by the Wellcome Trust. This in itself is a collaborative effort. I mean, we collaborate very, very heavily, and we have a dependency on actually the NCBI in the USA for this. So it's a very close relationship. We're not doing it alone. This is a nice. I like this picture. I didn't do it. I'm not skilled enough, but basically it shows the content that we have and the kind of links that we have. And missing off the bottom is some information about how you can access it programmatically, because we're happy to serve users via our website. We want that. But actually we think it's just as important to provide as much programmatic access as possible so people can take it away and do something else with it themselves. So we have many APIs, FTP sites, and that kind of thing. I mean, I'm a little bit biased at the EBI, but I think it's very, very important to... one of the most important and clearest ways to integrate literature with data is to cite data in research articles. That's what many people do, and it's not done very well at the moment, actually. People just tend to sort of mention it, and I don't think that's really good enough for the future integrative environment that we all envisage. And furthermore, it's not good enough, I don't think, these days to say that you will share data available on request. How many times have we seen that in an article? And many times the email is unanswered. Sometimes people like to share it, but that's saying that you'll share it is not making your data accessible. So one of the things I've been involved with most recently, these data citation principles. Has anybody heard of these? Yay, good. So they've been endorsed by many organizations now. And one of the things we did recently, last year, and in fact there's a meeting about it next week in the US, that we've enabled data citations to be formally encoded in the XML of articles. So there's a DTD called JATS, and this describes articles in XML. And now you'll be able to cite data properly in articles. So hopefully we can get some publishers to start really using those new elements in JATS to cite data properly, and then we can do things much better. And this is really important for questions of impact of data, for example. We want to have data citation indices or something similar so that we know how data is being reused and how useful it is in different contexts. And one of the things we're doing at the EBI is there's a prototype website up at the moment, but in the next 6 months to a year, we'll be launching this database, which is called BioStudies. And what we intend to do is put all of the CC0 data files from Europe PMC into BioStudies. So this will be a sort of unstructured database for life science research outputs. And we think we want these things. The scope is basically anything that's related to anything at the EBI at the moment. So that's why we put the supplemental files from Europe PMC in there. And in doing that, we're hoping that we make those files, which currently you can only get as links from in the body of an article, if you happen to see it in the article, you'll be able to see them more directly, and they'll be able to link to other databases at the EBI, they'll be able to link to other databases elsewhere, repositories. We really want, it's really, the idea of it is really to be a hub for all the information about a study, whether it's in GenBank, whether it's in the University of Lund repository, whether it's in Europe PMC. And we think this will be a very useful approach going forward because, hopefully we'll be able to layer things like ontologies on top, which will aid discoverability and connectivity. Am I doing on time? Good. Yes. So one of the things we've been involved with recently, which I'm very excited about, is ORCID. I'm still excited about ORCIDs. We implemented it across the EMBL as an institute. So if you're interested in that experience, I'm happy to talk to you about it. But we collaborate. We're a member of ORCID, so that we've also pulled ORCIDs back into Europe PMC. And actually, we resolve based on either DOIs, PMIDs, or PMC IDs. And when we pull all those ORCIDs back, obviously ORCID is multidisciplinary. I think there's about 1.25 million ORCIDs, of which about 250,000 now have at least one work attached. And we're able to link any of those ORCIDs or any of those IDs to 1.4 million articles. So there's quite a lot of articles out there that have been claimed, basically. About 100,000 people, 100,000 unique ORCIDs have claimed 1.4 million articles in Europe PMC. So that's on average, it's about 14 articles a head, which sort of sounds about right to me as an average figure. There are some people with hundreds, obviously. So I think that's really fantastic, and of course, then the funder, we really want to build this network of sort of almost like a graph database for PIDs, for PIDs, persistent identifiers. And the funders are particularly interested in this. They want to know the impact of the work that they've funded, and the people that they've funded. The institutes are interested in the impact of their scholars, and we want to know the impact of the data, whether it's structured or unstructured, and of course the articles, which are really part of that data landscape. And it's absolutely critical that all these things can be linked to, uniquely and clearly, and we can really build things that way. Oh, here's our ORCID stuff. Yes. So this is what an integrated encyclopedia of DNA elements in the human genome is a very big paper. It's a big Nature paper, one of these massively collaborative papers with hundreds and hundreds of authors on them. And as you can see, not every author, but this list of ORCIDs is actually from that paper. So people are really starting to uptake this, and I'd be curious to know how many publishers are actually insisting on this now and not just requesting it. I know some funders are now starting to request it too. So I think these are really pervasive, and it's the way to go for credit systems and impact and merit. Perhaps more pertinent to this conference, here's an article in Europe PMC. I haven't mentioned, but we do some basic text mining on the articles as well, and we use these text mine terms to link to databases again in a different way, not just through explicit links. And one of the things we want to do in the future is enable other people to text mine that content too, so that we can really encourage the text mining community to add value to these open resources. But we obviously link to data. There's some stuff at the EBI. But I think more interestingly for this conference perhaps is that we have a system where we can link out to full text that's in repositories. So it's a very simple method. It can be as simple as an Excel spreadsheet. And one column is our IDs, another column is your IDs. It's as simple as that. And it allows, so here's one from Hal. And this is very nice, because I don't think this article is in full text form, but we know that Hal will have a copy of this in full text, and we want to encourage this kind of networking so that people can discover content wherever they're from. And although we are life sciences and that's our focus, this linking system doesn't is not restricted to life science databases. And in fact, this article is about bugs that you find in the mud of a volcano, and there are DNA sequences in the sequence databases. But working with the Pangaea database of Earth and environmental sciences, we've added links to the Pangaea datasets too. So this is like a really cross-disciplinary article from both Earth sciences and the life sciences. And then finally, I think this is final. The EBI is a big sort of player in the Elixir network, and I'm not sure if people have heard of Elixir, but it's a European distributed infrastructure to deal with research data, and it's really just not just about data. It's also about standards and tools and compute and training in industry as well, and sharing skills, which in itself is aligned with the BD2K initiative across the Atlantic. So I hope I've tried to explain that even though we work at one institute, actually it's the results of work from people across the world in different guises. That's the only way to do it. I think that's it. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much, Joe. That's impressive, like always. You hear about the development of PubMed Central. Now it's Kathleen.
Which one do I use? No, I don't want to point it. Oh, I just do this, right? Yeah, okay. Before I start, I have to warn you, you may see yourselves in one of my slides. Okay, so I want to talk about one of COAR's major strategic initiatives today, and it's we've entitled it Aligning Repository Networks. But before I get into the specific activities we're doing through that project, I would like to talk a little bit about the context and what brought us there in the first place. A little bit about COAR. Most of you probably know COAR because I think many of you are members, but we were launched in 2009. We have over 100 members from 35 countries across the world, and our vision really is to build a global knowledge infrastructure based on a worldwide network of open access digital repositories. And so we do this through both strategic activities and very pragmatic activities as well. So, research is global, is increasingly global. We hear this all the time. And this is an illustration of the high-speed networks that connect research institutions around the world. This is the Canadian portion is highlighted here, but what this illustrates is that increasingly researchers are publishing with researchers from outside of their own country, and this is a trend that's increasing basically around the world. I'd like to find an updated slide for this to show what it's like in 2013, 14, 15, but for now this I think represents generally the trend that we're moving in, and we have this kind of assumption that this globalization of research and scholarly communications is a good thing. And I think there's some debate around whether it is or not, and we can discuss more about that a little bit later. Well, open access has arrived. Some people have pushed back on this slide, but I think, listening to the funders this morning, it's becoming pretty clear that most funding agencies are moving in the direction of adopting open access policies, and we, the infrastructure providers, will have to follow, which in my opinion is a good thing. And so we have these two roads that we always acknowledge, the green road and the gold road, and the green is depositing in repositories, and the gold is publishing in an open access journal, and there's where COAR sits. We are promoting the green road for a global sustainable network of repositories providing open access to content. But if you look, and I would like to acknowledge Leslie Chan because I think I stole this slide from him. This represents scientific output in published output around the world, and you can see that it is very unequal right now. And this is actually the Web of Science. So this does not represent the journals that are not part of the Web of Science. If we included those journals in this map, I think it would look very different. And what our concern is that publishing output is already very unequal. We've adopted open access policies to try to improve access to research, but are we creating through these policies a system that brings another barrier into the participation in the publishing system in those countries? And we're particularly concerned about article processing fees and whether this becomes the norm for publishing around the world. And what kind of barrier does that put up for researchers in the developing world or at small institutions, for that matter? So here's where people start to see themselves. This is Leslie Chan, and what he says, and I think it's really important, is that openness is not just about gaining access to knowledge, it's about being able to participate in the knowledge production process, including publishing science that's important for you in your specific region. And this is where we get into the discussion of where the internationalization of publication and whether that's a good thing for developing countries or not. I don't know if you've heard of the 90-10 gap, and this is related to health research, where they talk about 10% of the worldwide expenditure of health research and development is devoted to problems primarily affecting the poorest 90% of the world's population. So this just shows you how unequal our investments in science are, and that's reflected also in the current publishing system. So I think the solution that we are moving towards, and we are proposing through COAR, is a global network of repositories that will allow all countries and all regions to participate, including having access and also being able to disseminate the results of their research. Of course, this requires investment in repositories. So we want to create a network. And here I point to Dominique Babini, a quote from her. Put my glasses on. The global challenge is to build inclusive and participatory models of open access if we want to have research without borders in the form of a shared ecosystem of digital repositories. So here is what the network could look like, with everything coming to the center and the most powerful countries deciding what's important. And here's what we think the network really should look like. And that means supporting dissemination and access to research in different regions, and supporting the kind of research and dissemination that they feel is important to them. So we've already begun to build this global network. We have a number of very strong regional networks that are already evolving. Many of you have heard of all these already, and some of you are part of these and know more about these networks than I do, but I thought I would mention them anyway. La Referencia is a network in Latin America now with 8 or 9 countries participating, and they have a harvester, a harvester that harvests from the national nodes into one single central location, providing access to open access articles. Well, OpenAIR, many of you are actually involved in OpenAIR, and again, this is aggregating the metadata from articles that are published through the European Commission funded research. China has invested and has a huge number of repositories now. This slide is about a year old now. And I'm not sure they have a network per se, but they certainly are building a lot of repositories and are looking at, through the National Academy of Science, how they can aggregate that content into at the national level. We have this share system in the U.S., which is not exactly a repository system, but it's a kind of a metadata content layer on the top, which is being aggregated, will be aggregated. It's in development now, and I think essentially it will work to federate the repositories in the United States eventually. So we started out with these individual institutional repositories that were silos, and now we have these networks. But in essence, these networks are a little bit siloed as well, because they're being developed based on different histories, they come out of a different historical perspective, they have different policies that are pushing them forward and requirements, they're using different metadata standards and vocabularies. So we've moved from institutional silos basically to network silos, and what we want to do is break down those network silos and create a truly global network. So I think that the full potential of this global network really can be achieved, but we need to work together and break down those silos. And so in order to try to move forward with our vision, in March 2014, COAR launched the Aligning Repository Network, and we had a meeting with representatives from some of these major networks. Not all the networks were there, but we had people from the United States, from China, from Europe, from Australia, from Canada, from Latin America. Am I missing anyone? No. And I would like to acknowledge that this work is now partially being funded by the European Commission, and I think they are very forward-looking in terms of acknowledging that they don't want their European infrastructure to be a silo, that they want to be integrated with a global infrastructure. So we're very pleased to have that financial support from the European Commission to move forward with this work. So why do we want to do this? I mean, I talked about some of the reasons, but I think we want to, right now the repository community is fragmented. We have infrastructure initiatives, but those infrastructure initiatives are not political. They can't speak on behalf of a specific strategy. So I think it's really important that we have an organization that can raise the visibility and speak for the repository community and the institutions. We are in a moment where there's a struggle between the commercial publishers and some non-commercial options, and I think we do need to have a voice that opposes maybe some of the options that are being proposed by the publishing community. I also think that if we talk about sustainability over the long term, the institutions have a role to play in creating a sustainable global network for scholarly publishing. And they have been slow to come to the table in this area, but I think it's time for them to step up to the plate, as we say in English. I also think a global network of repositories really will allow us to create a more equal system, a system that's based more on equality and equity, and less skewed towards the interests of some major commercial players. It also allows us to share best practices. We're here today, and we've been in meetings yesterday talking about what are our approaches, how are we building our repositories, what do our networks look like, what are our policies, how do we address the challenges. And it's really important to have those discussions at the global level. And then eventually I think we should talk about entering into some shared services. There already are global services that we use. We all use Sherpa Romeo, for example. So those services are being supported by single institutions or a few institutions, but at some point I think when we acknowledge that we are all using these services, we need to come to an understanding and support those services at the global level. Okay, so very briefly, some of the things that we are doing to align repositories. I think these really fall into two areas. One is we're advocating strongly for repositories and the repository and global repository networks. And we do this through me doing presentations, but also the executive board and others and our members talking about how important this is. And then at the more practical level, we are working with a working group, and we have many of the major networks involved in that working group to look at how we can come to agreement about specific technologies, metadata elements, controlled vocabularies. And what we would like to do is come towards an agreement across those different regions and then eventually maintain, for example, the vocabularies in a global sense through COAR or some collaborative effort. So I guess in terms of next steps, we are having our second meeting of the Aligning Repository Networks tomorrow. And so we will have a few additional regions represented there, including Africa. We're very, very pleased and happy to have Africa participating this time, and as well as somebody from Brazil. So Bianca will be there. I think we need to, in order to move forward and to address, for example, some of the problems that Lars talked about, we need to encourage institutions to invest further in repository infrastructure. We say in English, put your money where your mouth is. Well, institutions have been for years advocating for open access. Now they need to invest in open access and take part and take a risk to help us move things forward. So, I take seriously what Lars said in his analysis, but I also think that just because things are not perfect now doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue to try to move things forward, because it's an important vision, and I don't think we should let imperfect be the enemy of perfection, be the enemy of progress. And then I also think I'd like to just leave on what Jarkko said, because I really believe this is the way forward. I think in 5 years from now, I would like to see no green and no gold road. There should be one road, an open access road, and that road could be built on a global network of repositories with peer review, quality control services. They could be the publishing platforms of tomorrow, and that would be a real achievement if we could accomplish that in the next 5 years. And I leave it at that. Obrigada.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. We continue immediately with the last presentation by Andrew before we enter the discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to finish this one with a slightly different direction on the topic, still talking about collaborations and global network and infrastructure, but positioning it within the context of the solutions that we're building at the Center for Open Science, the main thing being our platform, the Open Science Framework. So hopefully the talk here will go in the direction it leaves some ideas for how this plugs into other things and can be an option for connecting a lot of things. So again, I'm Andrew. I'm from the Center for Open Science. I also want to start with a little bit of context on where we're coming from. We are a nonprofit tech startup in Charlottesville, Virginia, in the U.S. We started in 2013, so we're about 2 years old at this point. We have about $14 million in U.S. funding as a starting point, mostly from private foundations. And this has been something we've been very fortunate to have as a means of getting this entire initiative going. We span a lot of different things. Today I'm defining us as a software company, but we also work in the area of community development, so we're working with different communities and stakeholder groups on trying to deal with incentives and barriers and different things that are important in the adoption process of different practices to support reproducibility and openness and transparency in science. So we do that, we build software, and we do meta-science research. We look at the process of how research itself works and try and learn what we can from that to address these other issues in a very systematic way. Our team, and I failed to update the number on this, but we're now at 30 full-time, and we actually have about 25 interns. We're growing rather quickly. I'd expect us to be about 50 by the end of 2015 at least. And this is an important thing to try and help fuel the directions that we're trying to go. Again, we're mostly software developers, but our team overall is composed heavily of people with deep research backgrounds. So people who have research backgrounds in a wide variety of science areas, in computer science, in libraries like myself. And we try and bring that all together to meet the mission that we have here of improving openness, integrity, and reproducibility of research. So with that, the Open Science Framework, the OSF, this is kind of the core philosophy that we have. We're trying to meet researchers where they are. So rather than approaching it and saying, here are a bunch of standards, here are a bunch of new processes and new things that we want you to do in our flashy software that addresses that, and you have to change all of your processes in order to get there, we say, we understand what you do, we understand where you are now, and you can use our platform as is, and we'll build towards that. And we find that this is an important thing to try and help people shift towards the practices that ideally we want people to be embracing. A second thing, and I don't know what happened to the number there, I apologize for that, is we are trying to connect services that people do use or that they could use. So you'll see more about what I mean with this a little bit later, but it's basically acknowledging that the entire workflow has lots of different parts to it. We do have features that support the thing that you would define as a repository, but we more focus on the entire workflow process and managing and supporting that. So a big component of that is accepting that there are many different tools for managing data, for doing analysis, or doing publishing, every different step along the workflow. So we try and build connections to those types of tools to make the transition for the individual researcher as easy as possible from one step to the next. That's our overall mission, and I think that this is important and underlines the things that I'll talk about towards the end. An important sort of overall theme and point here is we are 100% free open source software, and we do this to maximize inclusivity at the global scale. So we feel like it's critical to have free and openness within the things that we build to promote that sort of value within the community and the research process itself. So this is our GitHub repository. If you're into the software itself, you're welcome to go look at it. You can also find the software at osf.io if you're browsing around on your computer right now. And you'll see some more of this as we go. So I'm going to talk about the OSF sort of briefly because I don't have a whole lot of time here. And I'm going to talk about it in two contexts, one for the researchers and the other for the preservation purpose. So firstly, on the research front, on the left here, these are the different core high-level features that are offered in this platform. Sharing is a critical thing. This is an important part for collaboration and being able to make research accessible. And I mean this in more than just the end point of repository and deposit, but sort of sharing in the process of doing research and working with others. So we have that. We have unlimited file storage, so people can go deposit things, change things, share those things with other people. And it's a file system with a lot of features that are supported there. Any file type, any size. There are different constraints in there that are just practical constraints, but it is supported that way. The second thing is persistent identifiers. So we issue global unique IDs for everything within the system. And as of last week, we are also minting DataCite DOIs and ARCs for certain things in the system, and that will expand to everything eventually. So that's a critical piece that we recognize in order to make sure that things are persistent. An important aspect of this is also that these persistent IDs are for the workflow aspect and not just for the preservation aspect. We frequently see that these things are working their way into publications, but they can be used in lots of different ways beyond just permanent scholarly record. But we want to make sure that people can access the things that they intend for others to access indefinitely. Let's see. So another item is activity logs. So reproducibility is a major area of focus for us across all of our activities. And one of the ways that we get at this with the OSF as a platform is we have automatic logging of every action within the system, and this becomes visible and transparent to the users of a project, the owners, the builders of the project, as well as those who are viewing the project. So right down in the bottom right, you see the recent activities section. This is a running log that you'll see on any project that shows what was done to the project, what was added, a file was changed, something was done in the wiki. All those types of actions are automatically there to create a trail. This is really important to understand. Another element is versioning. So one major problem in this area, of course, is versioning of files. So something changes, being able to automatically deal with that change. The idea that people are regularly sending around Google Word documents or any sort of other file and making changes and having to manually keep track of all of those things. We're dealing with that automatically within the system. So that's an automatic feature that people don't necessarily even have to know a lot about, but it's keeping track of it for them. And this is what that looks like. On the right side, this is a particular file, a docx file. On the right, you see the versions that have been added, the timestamp, who did it, the downloads, the number of times it's been downloaded. All of this is made transparent and open to everybody who sees the project. Collaboration is another thing. Aside from the collaboration that I talked about earlier with sharing of files or any other sorts of information, we have Wiki built in as a feature, and this is a Google Stock style wiki. So it's real-time changes that are happening that multiple people can concurrently work on. That's a critical feature there. Sorry about that. Some of the other items that I'm not going to show anything for right now, discussion, so this is commenting that's built in, being able to go in and annotate anything and be able to track through. Contribution models, so people being able to develop and structure a project as they like and be able to assign access to different parts of it as is appropriate. So a project might be maintained entirely privately or just portions of it privately, or everything might be made public. There's lots of different options for that. Analytics, so we provide statistics, usage statistics on the project level to everybody. And that's a feature that can show how many people are using a project, where they're coming from, how often this is happening, and provides a degree of transparency on the impact that any particular work within a project might have. The last item on here is one that might be a lot less familiar to everybody, but this is the concept of registrations. And I don't mean registrations in a sort of a general registry sense, although it could be taken that way. What I'm talking about here is registrations as a means of dealing with publication bias. So dealing with like negative and positive results and trying to get at that and avoid hypothesis. The hypothesis sort of changing as you go based on the results that you get. This is a way of mitigating that issue. So these are some of the core features for researchers. This is all open, all available. It can be used in lots of different ways. And it's growing and changing very much. The point in sharing this right now is that this is the core infrastructure that's used for a bunch of other things, and is the core way in which we connect to many other things. So these become features that are available when the other things are connected as well. So it adds value to other services downstream or upstream, depending on how you look at it. On the preservation front, these are some of the highlight items there. Persistence of research objects, so again, the persistent identifiers, provenance tracking, this is the activity logging and versioning. The persistent identifiers, I'm not sure why I had that twice right now. An endowment, so we specifically have a dedicated fund to support everything that's in there in the event that we go away. And it's just kind of a starting point. At this point, we're also exploring what other appropriate connections we should have to connect into bigger preservation systems, LOX models, many different paths there. So I talked about the connections that we currently have, and and where we might go with these things. So these are some of the services that we know that our users use right now, and which we connect into the OSF. And basically what happens with all of these is you can be within a project and you can connect any of these other services to that project. So that not everybody on the project has to have all of those different accounts or has to have the experience or expertise in how to use all of those different services, but they get the value from having everything coordinated in one single place. And this is all done via API connections, and this is the sort of core model that we have for building many other connections going forward. Right now you only see one repository example on there, or sort of true preservation-oriented repository, the Dataverse repository. But we intend to build many, many more of these going forward. And our API will be coming out public within the next couple of months, at which point other people can build into this as well. So a couple of examples in the remaining 2 minutes. We've already begun building some connections in a broader way upon the infrastructure that we have. One of them is what Kathleen just mentioned, the SHARE project. So we're the technical partner for the Shared Access Research Ecosystem project in the US. In the past several months, it's initiated 615,000 research release events, and we just launched the public version of this, which I think is still in beta this week. So this is still a very early getting started thing. There are 13 content harvesters in there right now. Many of them are actually they're kind of a mix of different types throughout, mostly U.S. sources, institutional repositories, publishers, some funders. And this will expand into many, many other directions. And for all the other harvesters out there, we would like to be able to connect harvesters as well to basically get a very comprehensive view of this. As of this week, we just added this registration element where those who own content can go in and do self-registration. So if there's OAI, PMH, or a number of other standards, you can go in and add that content yourself, and our system will go in and parse it, and we'll do some manual QA on it as well. These are some of the examples of the connections that are already in there for SHARE. This list will continue to grow quickly soon. Another example is the AGU, so the American Geophysical Union. We're working with them right now on building this COAR-SPARC directory of repositories, which is a directory of repositories very specifically focused on earth science data and trying to deal with that sort of triangular issue of journals having policies, funders having policies, researchers not knowing what to do and where to deposit things. So we're trying to help them build a listing that's very granular on what type of data should go which places for which types of purposes. And it's expanding upon existing platforms and initiatives that are out there, but very, very focused. And this builds entirely upon our existing infrastructure. So it's an example of how this can be used for other purposes to connect much more broadly. So closing this out, am I good to? Okay. So another direction that we see this possibly going is using the OSF as an institutional repository. This goes beyond the preservation repository element and would include the more extensive workflow aspect as well. We're currently looking at what sort of needs it can currently support, what would be needed to build, and we're looking for pilot institutions. So we've been talking with a number in the U.S. so far, but international institutions are certainly welcome. So if this is a need that you might have, please ask me, and we can talk about what that might look like. And putting us out there as broader possibilities. We're looking at how we could use the OSF to continue building global connections off of this existing model, growing lots of these connections between repositories, so SHARE and the AGU project. Both of those are examples of bringing together and sort of creating directory-type listings, and then using that as a way of beginning to technically connect the repositories for easier deposit and workflow. The last thing on here really emphasizes that. The idea that if a researcher is managing their entire workflow within the OSF, and then everything is there that is needed for the repository, to be able to very simply press deposit and choose which repository to deposit into as a preservation endpoint. That's sort of the concept that we're thinking about and looking for opportunities to test out. So that's sort of the broad direction. This is the contact information. That's the platform, osf.io, if you're interested in looking at it. And I'd love to talk more. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I would like to kick off the discussion with a question to all speakers, asking them for the most important factor, one promoting and the other one hindering collaboration, from your experience. Maybe we start with Joe first.
To say how we hinder?
No, I want you to say which factor is promoting collaboration and which factor is hindering collaboration in your experience.
Oh, in general?
Yeah, in general. I mean, in general with respect to your experience.
Okay. Well, I think promoting it there's actually a history of collaborating in the life sciences and depositing in repositories that goes back 20, 30 years. So I think that's a sort of process that people are used to doing. And from what I understand from other talks today and before, that there's still a culture amongst in other places, in other contexts, where that doesn't come very naturally. So that's a promoting thing. And I think, the inhibiting has to be the licensing particularly in Europe PMC, is the licensing on the content. I mean, it's a frustration that we have 3 million articles that can be read, but only 900,000 we can put on an FTP site or make available in other ways in full. And that's, it's a frustration, to be honest. But it's better to have it to read than not, but it'd be better if it was all completely reusable.
Thank you very much. Maybe we could translate history also to trust that has been built up during the history.
Yeah, trust, and yes, yeah. I mean, yes, trust is a very good word, and institutional trust.
Okay, Kathleen.
I think the innovation is really what is the reason why is the main driver for collaboration, because of scientific innovation, new discoveries. So, but for me, one of the major barriers to that is the whole ranking system and competition between institutions, between individuals, and between countries, which sometimes stops us from being able to collaborate across all of those different arenas.
Thank you very much. Andrew, with a young history.
I was going to say, I think alignment of priorities is sort of the critical thing with that. I've often found that that promotion of collaboration and desire to collaborate is less often a problem or challenge, but the specific differences in priorities often can be sort of the main barrier. Yeah, so different time schedules, different political sort of issues, many different types of problems, can just sort of make or break these types of collaborations.
Okay, thank you. I open the floor to the audience. Are there any questions, comments? Paul, it's okay. You start over there, so we don't need to send around petrol running too much.
Thank you for the presentations, but I have a question directly more at Andrew first. I'm a big fan of what you guys are doing in terms of linking to existing tools and mass market develop to somewhere else like Dropbox and all those kind of things. But I was struck recently when I was traveling through China that 3/4 of those tools that I'm dependent on now are not accessible. And this is not only in China, but in many other places as well. So we can build these kind of API out, but when you come to talk about real collaboration with colleagues in different parts of the world, there are these limitations that are not, the tools limitation, but there are policies from elsewhere that impose these barriers that are random, if you will, and so that makes these kind of design very, very tricky. Just want to flag that.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So we're in the U.S. Our focus to start has been in the U.S., which is part of the reason we've selected some of those types of tools. But we completely acknowledge and agree that as we expand into different places, there are many different challenges. So not purely policy challenges like the ones that you're talking about, but also sort of offline type challenges. So when network infrastructure is not as stable or as sort of robust, we have other things that we have to do to be able to support those types of needs for the same goals. So we're looking at the types of tools that we need to integrate to support that, or the different types of ways we need to build to support those types of needs. But we need to hear this. We need to hear this from people who see the value in the model, but the problems with it as well, so that we can figure out how to develop solutions for that.
I actually think it's not only a problem for your endeavor, it's also a problem for many other services that build on distributed services. And so how can you make sure that those services always 24/7 are accessible? Because the alternative would be to build everything central, and I don't think we are in a world where this is a real way forward. Paul, please.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up on a comment which Kathleen made, but I'd like to address the question to the panel in general. So Kathleen talked about how we have globally used services, which are some of which are based in single institutions, and the example was Sherpa Romeo. And I think, Kathleen, you said we need to come to an understanding of and a way of supporting these services at a global level. So my question is, how? Or perhaps a simpler question is, what's the next step to achieving that?
The most simple questions are the most difficult ones. And
True enough.
This was a one-word question, so that shows the complexity.
This is such a big challenge, and it's a challenge that COAR itself faces. So I think the first step is coming to an understanding that we need to support these services. And the fact is that if we do support them globally, it doesn't cost that much for each individual institution. So I don't know if I have an answer, and Oya, I don't know if she's here, who she runs Archive, So it's a big challenge, but I do think part of the solution is starting to raise awareness and getting institutions to acknowledge that they're using these services and they should also contribute back to them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it comes down to community acceptance and community requirements, and then cash, cold hard cash. So, I mean, I think then the only thing to do is to then make a good case as a community, not as a single institute, but as a as an organisation or a collection of organisations to to make the case to various funding bodies. I mean, because these things have to be supported. It costs quite a lot of money to these things. I think we've done very well. I think $40 million is significant. I must talk to you later about that. But these things. So I think it's really about some mandates from the community to do things, and then using that to support funding requests.
Maybe I could add. I was always surprised, also in the time when I was a librarian, talking to colleagues, that how long we can discuss with each other if we are asked to spend €1,000 on a service that is used globally, and we spend €5 million per year on subscriptions to journals and databases, and you ask yourself why this happens. And I guess a lot of, John Wilbanks mentioned in the morning change of practice, And that's what we need to do. But before you change your practice, you need to be aware of, that was just Kathleen mentioned, of that there is something out there that has entered the game, and you need to accept this. And there's a greater diversity of services out there, so awareness is one. And then the second thing I think is very important is acceptance. So if institutions understand that this is an important service, it can work. I just now talked during the break to Lars about the DOAJ, and he told me that for DOAJ they are doing quite well. So they have a number of subscribers, and so they're using it. But I'm not sure whether this is the model will apply to many other services as well. But in fact, we need to have a system in place. We need to bring a system in place where we more and more accept those kind of services that they need to be financed. You know, they might be open use and free use, but somebody needs to maintain them. So.
Now I'll say something. So I was just going to add that I think what we are finding that works best is the community-supported model. And it doesn't mean that the community has to completely bear the cost or the responsibility of everything, but making it a shared responsibility is an important element of it, at least. So in most of our projects, we take on the responsibility of the technical infrastructure, but others take on the responsibility of the community management, or figuring out how to interact with the users for that particular service, or promoting it, or whatever the different elements are that are needed. And we all agree that it will be a sort of distributed, community managed activity. And that seems like that can have a little bit more sustainability that way.
Thank you. More questions? Comments? Okay. It's Dominic and Eloy, or? Yeah? Okay, Eloy.
I wanted to ask panelists, you speak of sharing responsibilities for building a community project. How is complying with open access policies the big publishers about? Are they sending to PubMed Central or to Share or to COAR networks? Are big publishers sending automatically all the output, or is it a responsibility of you and a cost for you to get that information? Thank you. Those contents. Thank you.
Well, the answer is that it's a mixture. So some publishers, particularly obviously the open access publishers, send content to PubMed Central and Europe PubMed Central directly, and there is, there's a process. The content is processed and then uploaded, and actually, because the data formats are very, very similar, if not exactly the same, that's a very easy process. There are other publishers who send content that's not gold open access, but they'll sort of archive their content effectively 1 year after publication. And that kind of thing is sometimes there's more process involved with that, so there's perhaps an increased cost for those things. And then there are also some, if you're a researcher funded by one of the funders, then you have a requirement to make sure your stuff gets into Europe PMC. So there's some good behaviour by good publishers, and then there's this individual responsibility to comply with the mandate of the person or the organisation that's funding you. And the last sort of, it's almost like a last resort is that actually you would self-archive that. You would hopefully find a better route that's easier for you, because researchers don't want to do this stuff most of the time. They just want to get their paper published, right? So the easiest way to do that is to publish in an open access journal, and it'll just end up in Europe PMC. But if you need to, you can. There is a self-archiving route, but it's really not. It's about 10% of the content or something. It's really not so much, at least from Europe PMC side of things. So ultimately, it is. If you're funded by one of the funders, it's your responsibility. But many publishers put all their content in there. But yes, there's a cost.
Yeah, so on the share side, we're way too new to really know this for sure, but the experience so far is quite similar to what was just said. I think the one other thing to sort of add with it that hopefully will change the dynamic of this a little bit is to create something that adds a lot of value for all the different stakeholders in it. So the users who are consuming it on the end, if there's pointers back to the closed or the open journals, that's adding traffic to those locations, that's more incentive for them to be adding into this. So hopefully we can create that kind of value which will motivate them to do it instead of us have to, wrangle them to make it happen. So I think if it's a system that adds a lot of value to the community, then it's something that will be easier to sort of continue to develop. Yeah.
Well, last year we were approached by a large commercial publisher that will remain unnamed and proposed that we work with them so that they could directly deposit the content into COAR networks. We don't represent any infrastructure. We just represent our members who we would have to negotiate with them. And we had an interesting discussion about this at our strategic committee. They were asking us to put an embargo period on the content for whatever the embargo period was. And we said, actually, we don't believe in embargo periods. So we made a decision that we would not support or foster collaboration between our core members or our networks with publishers that have different values or principles, underlying values or principles than what we have. So we're certainly open to working with open access publishers where we wouldn't have to. That's been our experience so far.
My question is probably mainly to Joe, but I think also for the rest of the panel. But it's about the collaboration between institutional and subject repositories like PubMed. Firstly, I would like you to expand a little bit more what you are already currently doing. You mentioned that example with AL, but I'm not sure that I could completely understand. But for that global perspective that of course, not surprisingly, I completely share the views presented by Kathleen. I think subject repositories are also a very important part of the landscape. And we really need to find some, to foster collaboration between subject and institutional repositories, both on sharing and moving content, but growingly also if you want to break the current rewards, the bad reward system, also sharing usage data and other citation data based on the usage from repositories. So there is, I think, a big challenge on how to do this, because it's there are several subject repositories. In some cases, they are the repository of first instance for some communities, like for life sciences. In other disciplines, they are not the first instance repository. There are many institutional policies. There are for many researchers that, for instance, I just remember just an example, e-life researcher in Minho will probably be, if he has a grant from ERC and he's working Minho and also has a grant from FCT, he has to comply with 3 policies that are requiring them to have, they are requiring basically the same, but not exactly basically the same. One of them will require to deposit in PubMed, and others will require to deposit on Minho University repository. But we need to make the life for that researcher simple, just to be sure that he complies in one place and everything then fits all together. So, but that's a challenge from both, not more than from the technical point of view, because I think from the technical point of view, I think it's not a big deal, but mainly from the organizational and the sustainability again, and the point of view. So I would like you to invite you and of course all the others to reflect and have your thoughts on this.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I mean, so that's good. There's a start, right? Which is, and especially with this thing, poor old researchers, actually. I mean, with the best will in the world, it's very confusing for some of them when it's not their core line of business. And yes, if we want people to comply with these mandates and policies, then we have to make it as easy as possible. And the easiest thing to do is to deposit once, and you're done. So, I mean, there's various ways that we could, we can swap content around. I mean, one, we did recently invent a doubling core web service output, but that would just be metadata. I think swapping metadata is probably completely straightforward. I think when it comes to full text, it becomes more complicated potentially, although doable, with a willing heart. So I think it's technically it's definitely possible, and certainly we've pushed. Actually maybe someone from Adina is here. And we've had a relationship with Adina to try and push some content from Europe PMC to. Is it still called Repository Junction? Okay, sorry. To the service formerly known as Repository Junction, which then would push that, it's a sort of centralised thing that would then push, this is just a UK thing, I believe, which would push that content out to the repositories.
My comment was that we're actually actively interested in making this an international service. My point is that I think there's in UK already some work being done there.
Also on open air, we will develop a broker, but again, they are only partially solving the problem. I think we need to. It would be good if we could find out a kind of a global framework, not a global solution. It won't be one solution, but a global approach that we could agree between both the institutional repository community and the subject and the disciplinary repository community, a global framework for the solution, because otherwise then in some days there will be a solution in Latin America and another one for share and another one from
I mean, I certainly think this. I hadn't heard about this new development of these aligned repository networks, and that sounds like something very positive as a body to work with.
Thank you, Joe. Has there been another question? Okay. Then, if we have no more questions. Okay, Gerald is between you and the break.
Sorry.
And of course, the answer to Gerald's question.
I feel mortified. I actually wanted to ask you what global means to you. So we hear a lot about global. I understand the concept. I understand worldwide. But when do we really say, okay, that's a global network? That is global. Or this would not be global. Is there any way we can actually establish some kind of working definition for the term global? Because obviously we have many different representatives in the room. But I'm very interested, since it's actually in the mission of COAR. If you could comment on it, I'd appreciate it. And then I'm sorry, of course, people want to go for a break.
Yeah, I mean, it's really challenging, Gerald, because we have, from the COAR perspective, we have Canadian institutions. But does that mean we have can we represent Canada? Probably not. We represent those 3 or 4 member institutions from Canada. So, I mean, it's something that we struggled with when we were planning the Aligning Repository Networks meeting. Who can represent that whole region or that whole country? And I don't think we have the answer for that. And I welcome Norbert also to make a few comments about that, because it is very challenging, and I don't think we've completely come to a good understanding of what we mean by global yet.
I like to give practical answers, so I guess we could discuss it philosophically, what global means. And we will find a lot of definitions in Wikipedia and in many other resources. In practice, everything started, from my perspective, in Europe, and that was not global. And then we had interest, that was 2008, 2007 already, maybe 2008. Then Japan was interested. And I got in contact in China, and we said, well, it's more global, but it's not global. It's more international, but it's not global. And now then we have Australia, and we have other regions of the world, and now we have representation of Africa, and we are getting more global. So I would give a practical answer in saying, when we reach the point where we have no institution from a country there that doesn't feel represented, then we are global. So that would be very pragmatic approach. You could have also, of course, the UN approach. You say, well, we have members from all continents and so on, but still it's the issue of, do we feel represented the region? And I guess we are close to global, but there might be that in 2 years' time we will have institutions and countries showing up saying, well, definitely we don't feel represented yet, so let's come. So let's take it step by step, and maybe in some years' time we can say, yes, we are global. Okay, so maybe that was a good final discussion on the topic and the session. So thank you very much. Thank you for the speakers. While I will be distributing the gifts, let me join in. You have all the information you need for the boat trip, so looking forward to see you all then today night.
Teste ao som. Dois, três, teste ao som. 1, 2, 3, teste ao som. 1, 2, 3, teste ao som.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I think we are ready to start the last day of this conference. I hope you. Okay. Yeah.
You were so close.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, now I got the green light, so I guess we can start now. I hope you enjoyed the dinner. Those of you who participated, it was at least partly sponsored by my organization, just for you to know. And walking through the streets of Porto this morning, I could feel that people were generally quite happy with the outcomes of yesterday's football match, where Porto won against Bayern Munich. I guess we have very good opportunities to have a good start of this session here, where we are going to listen to 3 presentations about assessing value. And I'll do the introduction of the 3 speakers now, and then we'll proceed. On my left side here, we have William Nixon, who is head of Digital Library Service at the University of Glasgow. Digital Library Services is responsible for the library web service, desktop support, library management system, and the ongoing developments of Enlighten, which is Glasgow's institutional repository service. William has worked with repositories for more than a decade and done a lot of presentations internationally. He has worked with ePrints services to embed altmetric data in the repository and led on the use of Enlighten for the university's selection of outputs for the UK National Research Excellence Framework. William is a co-chair of the Program Committee for Open Repositories 215 and a member of the COAR-SPARC U.Porto. Yeah, and to my far left here, we have Stephanie Haustein. She is a postdoctoral researcher, Canadian Research Chair on the Transformations of Scholarly Publication at the University of Montreal. I just have to follow my things here. Stephanie is a postdoctoral researcher in bibliometrics at the University of Montreal, focusing on social media and social communication, scholarly communication, and making sense of so-called altmetrics. Her work is supported by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. Stephanie holds a master's degree in history, American linguistics and literature and information science, and a PhD in information science from Heinrich Heine University, Düsseldorf, Germany. She frequently presents at international conferences and has published in several journals. And on my right, I have Nicia Trindade, Vice President for the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation. Licia is the Vice President of Education, Information and Communication at the Foundation, and she's the main responsible for policy on open access to knowledge in this institution. Nicia has a PhD in sociology. She's a researcher and professor of history of public health at Casa de Osvaldo Cruz Foundation. She's also the director of the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation Press. So that was the short introduction of our three distinguished speakers here. And first up on the floor is William. William will talk about his repository Enlighten, adding and assessing value. It will focus on the role of the local repository in the UK's National Research Assessment exercise. Please.
Thank you very much, Lars, for that introduction, and thank you very much to colleagues in COAR and Porto here for that warm welcome and for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Glasgow University has recently become a member of COAR, and it's very exciting to be able to actually give back to start giving back to that community and to work with it. So we appreciate this. I'm going to talk today. Enlighten is the name of our institutional repository. I'm going to use the word repository occasionally during this presentation, but actually we don't find that word very helpful, and we don't use the word repository much when we talk with our academic colleagues and our institutions. And I realise that I am at a COAR meeting, but we find that actually that becomes a bit of a barrier, and people actually engage with it more as Enlighten and as a service, and that's something that I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of how we've used the repository for our national assessment exercise in the United Kingdom called the Research Excellence Framework, and the way in which we use that to embed the repository more clearly into sort of workflows with our academic colleagues, and also where we can see opportunities to add value for the repository, for the university, for our academic colleagues, and for the library. So this is the University of Glasgow, founded in 1451. Second oldest university in Scotland with 6,000 staff. We are in the top 1% of world universities and so on. So we're also part of the UK's Russell Group, okay? And the Russell Group are the 20 leading UK universities who receive about 2/3 of sort of research funding in the United Kingdom. So one of the things that is incredibly important for us is how we can actually maximise the impact of our research, how we can manage that research, and how we can improve and support the research performance for the university. So we've been looking at various kind of metrics. We do things with sort of bibliometrics with services like Insights. I'm not going to say really much about altmetrics at all, except that we're starting to have a look at that. And we're finding as well that our academic colleagues are turning to the library. The library is sort of the locus for much of this work. So the repository sits in a broader ecosystem with all these other services which the university subscribes to. These include services like ORCID for author disambiguation, services like the Web of Science, but also Insights, journal citation reports, and DataCite, and so on. So it's really all part of this sort of continuum of services. We have a university publications policy. I'm delighted to see that it is in RoarMap. It was approved in 2008. And mindful of Lars's comments yesterday, I think this is probably a soft policy, although it did say, but again, using language, we refer to it as a policy rather than a mandate. However, one of the sort of key drivers for this, and it was interesting when I was going back and having a look at it, it is about increasing the visibility. It's about capturing the full text of our publications, but it is also kind of embedded in this to look at ensuring our research outputs are prepared and curated in a way that maximizes value they have to the university in terms of external exercises such as league tables and the research excellence framework and so on. So again, sort of embedded into our publications policy was that. And I went back and I had a look because Lars's 15% figure was in my head as well. So even though it could be considered a soft policy, the library, the university has made a lot of investment in lowering barriers and looking at how we can increase the amount of full text and realise, the original reason, the raison d'etre which Enlighten our repositories were set up for, which is open access. And I looked at, so from 2013 onwards, about 27% of our content is currently full text. So at least we're batting above that 15%, but we're nowhere near, I think, yet fully realising our potential. But I think certainly for us in the UK, we're in a very exciting, transformative environment. I know people have commented about the RC UK sort of mandates, but between that and also as we look ahead to the next Research Excellence Framework, which I'll talk about, these are sort of key drivers for open access and increasing the content and the full text and maximising that value. So, what is the Research Excellence Framework, you ask yourselves? Well, you may not ask yourselves because it's it's the morning after the cruise before, but nonetheless, the REF. The REF is really important, okay? And it was the new system for assessing the quality of research in the UK run by the 4 higher funding agencies. There were 154 UK universities assessed, over 52,000 academic staff, nearly 200,000 outputs. Outputs were very important. The REF had various different configurations, but where and what you published accounted for 65% of the REF. Of the publications accounted for 65% of the overall score. And why does it matter? Well, it matters because it is about the allocation of the £2 billion per year of research to UK universities and how the funding councils can look at distributing those funds on the basis of quality, okay? And they do this through this research exercise, a framework, and as I say, the 2014 one replaced the one that we did in 2008, and it looked at the quality of our outputs, the impact we were having on society, and so on. So, as you can see, I think even just talking about these numbers, this is a very important, exercise. How it worked, yeah, it seemed like we were doing it for a very long time, and I went back and I had a look, and it turned out we were doing it for quite a long time. So it had 3 big phases: preparation, submission, and assessment. And the repository, I think, was particularly crucial. Enlighten was crucial in the preparation and the submission phase. Okay, so we used it for a local exercise, looking at assessing the papers that we would submit to the REF, but equally beyond that, we looked at using it as the vehicle for actually submitting those publications to the National Assessment Exercise. 11 of the panels, the REF was created out of 36 subject areas, and 11 of those panels also used citation data. So we captured citation data in the repository as well, and we captured it from Web of Science and from Scopus. So it was quite interesting as well to do some comparison work to look at whether there were any differences between citation data in Scopus versus Web of Science, and again looking at what we could do to do that. And sort of back in 2010, sort of in this sort of preparation phase, we carried out a mini REF exercise to start looking at gathering those, and we started to look at that. We used citation data as well. We supplied that to our academic colleagues. I think it's very important to stress that at no point the library and the repository, we weren't assessing those outputs. We were merely the vehicle, the conduit for providing the infrastructure for those outputs to be selected and to be assessed. That was the role of our academic colleagues in the various panels, and we provided them with this additional data so that they could start to model and have a look and see, what their returns could look like. So this is our repository, Enlighten. There's not a lot more to say about that. It is also now the university's publications database. But I think what I want to talk about or stress here is it's a repository service. Okay, it's a service, and it's more than just the tin and the code on the left-hand side here, but it's also about the people and the stakeholders. Okay. Enlighten works because it's part of the broader relationships which the library has across the university. So it's a partnership of equals with colleagues in IT services, with colleagues in the research office, and indeed with our academic colleagues. So although the library manages that, it's a service which is actually for the university and for our academic colleagues, and we want to look at how we can best sort of reflect what their needs are for their research outputs, and how we can deliver those, and how we can maximize that value. So this is really sort of our kind of repository equation. And beyond that, I could spend lots of time talking on this, but I won't. We see Enlighten as what is, there was a brief time where it was referred to as an embedded repository, okay? So an embedded repository is one which is really sort of stitched into the fabric of the institution. It's plugged into lots of different institutional systems. It's plugged into our research system for pulling in funding data. It can be plugged into ORCID for capturing author names. It pushes the data out into Google. Google really likes our repository. You know, anything that goes into Google really quickly turns up into our repository, really quickly turns up into Google. We're pushing things out now. We've got our little altmetric donut up there on the top right with the API with altmetric, and we're looking at having that sort of basket of ways in which we can add value to what is our own publications, because I think where we can add value, I think, is incredibly important, whether that's through altmetrics, ensuring compliance with the research funding councils, being able to make things low barrier for people to deposit has been incredibly valuable for us. And again, being able to then deposit things for the ref. So we have a very important underlying ethos, which is deposit once and sort of reuse many times, or just give us the data once and it's reused in all these different places. So that, and if we need to update and work on that data, we can do that. So this is very much what I've already talked about. It is about adding value. It's about reusing that metadata and that content for other systems, reducing duplication, and exploiting new opportunities. You know, we've talked a little bit about, John Wilbach was talking about, you know, his closed ecosystems versus open, and, you know, if we could actually unlock the full text of all of ours, you know, doing much more data mining, there's business intelligence opportunities. We feed into the key performance indicators for the university, you know, stickiness. How long can we keep people actually looking at not just something that they've come to see from Google, but all the other related things that, you know, are tied up with that, with research data, with impact and so on, that helps to actually showcase the research and the work. Yes, with apologies to Robert Burns, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. The single biggest transformative thing that we did to enhance value in our repository was author disambiguation. Okay, this was a bit pre-ref. It was pre-ref, but it was also pre-ORCID. But being able to tie individual staff to their publications was absolutely critical and transformative, because actually names are rubbish. Well, people love their names, but in terms of tying things together, names are terrible. So this, you know, this is some of the glue that makes lots of the things in the background happen for being able to do things for the ref and beyond. Okay. So, yeah, mini-ref makes me, I guess, also it's like mini-me, but it's not. The mini-ref was the exercise that we ran internally in advance of the ref to really start looking at our system, and we decided to use Enlighten to gather the publications, and we adapted an earlier ePrint add-on so that we wanted to engage, we wanted to have our academic colleagues be able to log into the repository and make those selections for their sort of 4 outputs. The ref for publications was based around your four outputs. And we found that it significantly engaged staff with the repository. It particularly focused the mind on anything that was missing. So during the course of our mini-ref exercise, our Enlighten team added 4,000 outputs. They dealt with 700 and something queries from academic colleagues who were looking for content. And I think it was a successful exercise that laid the groundwork for how the library and the repository could be used for the ref proper. So it's a bit sort of like what it looked like. You could log in, it recognized who you were. Because we tied the publications to you, it would then list all the publications, and it knew that the REF eligible publication date was 2008, so it only ever showed you publications from 2008 onwards that were yours in order to actually have you select them. And it sat as a separate section where staff could actually then go in and give some details about why this was an output, how they would actually rank this output themselves, and where they would rate it. So all in all, it was a successful exercise, but various things all actually made it successful. Having the coverage in the repository for their content, having single sign-on so that they didn't have more passwords and various other things. It was all integrated with the other bits and pieces of things that they worked. Being able to have reporting options so that we could work closely with our 4 colleges to report all of this back, and being able to impersonate staff. We could do things on behalf of our academic colleagues if they were unable to support that. We're an ePrint site. ePrint created some software for this, and this was actually the final version which was released. Some of it doesn't look that much different, but it included some reporting functionality, and it led us, this was more tightly tied to, well, it was actually very tightly tied to the specifications of the REF itself, so that anything that we added here was actually then could be exported in XML or Excel and uploaded into the actual submission system. So I think one of our recurring motifs has been, we've been trying to lower the barriers for people to engage with the repository, whether that is, just give us a phone or just call us, or here's a single sign-on. And it's been about adding value wherever we can. Okay, so during this we prioritized selections which were going to be selected for the REF. We made sure things were compliant. We did the linking to staff for selections. We did those selections on behalf of those staff, and as I said already, we provided those basket of metrics. We worked on things like insights and so on. Okay. So looking forward, beyond this, the next REF is very exciting, because the articles and conference proceedings for open access from the 1st of April 2016 will need to be open access in order to be eligible, and they need to be deposited into our repository. So this is the policy for open access, which was provided as a result of sort of the more recent REF, and as it says there in key points 2, the policy states that to be eligible for submission, the author's final peer-reviewed manuscripts must have been deposited in an institution or subject repository for deposit on acceptance for publication. So again, in sort of concert with the RC UK, these are some really major drivers in the UK, which we're seeing increasing compliance with full text and open access and so on. Beyond that, however, there's also been some work in Hefty, the hashtags Hefty metrics. Professor James Wilsden from the University of Sussex has been doing an exercise looking at metrics, looking at citation data and so on as well, and starting to have, this report comes out in June this year. So it does look as if we will continue to provide panel members with bibliometric data supporting peer reviews, and we'll provide more quantitative data, but the intention is that will not replace peer review or people actually being able to review that. It will become sort of a continuum of opportunity, for work for the panels to decide, and leave them to decide how they want to use it. As we move forward, we're going to be looking at assessing progress. So the first deadline for next REF comes into effect the 1st of April 2016. We're going to be having a look at how we're actually doing across the piece in our compliance. And I'm not going to say anything much now about metrics or alt metrics, because that's going to be one for Stephanie. But here's a donut. Here's a record with an alt metrics donut in it from altmetric.com. So we are doing some work, we've been doing some work with them to have a look at the social media where the impact and Google alerts and Google posts and so on come in. We've got a whole raft of things to do, ensuring publications coverage, depositing those full text papers, making sure that we're ready and we're compliant for the next REF, capturing open access data. The repository is going to be a vehicle for capturing more of that. Tying all of our repositories together. We have theses, we have research data, and so on as well. New performance indicators, altmetrics, and more to do with ORCIDs and various things. But apart from all that, it's going to be quite quiet over the next couple of years, I think. So thank you very much for your attention, and that's all I wanted to say just now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. We'll take questions after the three presentations. But yeah, the embedded repository, that's one to take back home. Now, Stephanie will be presenting. The title of her presentation is Scholarly Communication and Evaluation from Bibliometrics to Altmetrics.
Thank you very much. As Lasse already said, I'm going to talk about altmetrics, but I want to give a short overview of where we're actually coming from. And I'm going to start 350 years ago, because actually this year is the 350th birthday of the peer-reviewed journal. So this is basically the scholarly communication, and of course it has changed a little bit, but for 350 years history, the scientific publication in a journal today still looks pretty similar to what it looked like at that time. And basically, I mean, you all know the history of the journal, what it's supposed to do. But how do we come to quantitatively counting and assessing this as research output? One big step was Derek de Solla Price, who is also called the father of bibliometrics. Little Science, Big Science, that appeared in the 1960s, and he was actually the first one to show the growth and the exponential growth of the number of journals. So you see that in his graph he has there. He actually starts in 1665 with the two journals, Journal des Savants and Philosophical Transactions, and he basically predicted, based on the number of new journals, an exponential growth. We didn't really hit the 1 million in the year 2000, but we know that scholarly output is continuously increasing. So out of that, basically the growth and always the feeling of information overload, it's quite interesting if you read some literature, you always think information overload is a problem of the digital age, but scholars have always felt awash with the literature. So it's always been like, I can't read everything, I can't follow up. And citation analysis as the basis of bibliometrics was actually, first of all, developed to overcome this information